Thank you, Vasudha. Certainly a very big day here in Andhra Pradesh, and all roads in Andhra Pradesh seem to be leading to this venue of the swearing-in ceremony just near the Gannavaram airport. In fact, where over 14 acres is where all the delegates and the invitees are going to be seated, and almost 64 acres has been allotted just for the parking. And what I'm told is that all the national highways leading up to it are in fact clogged. And yes, all that star-studded event, political VIPs as well as star VIPs from the film world. Films and politics not really, separate in Andhra Pradesh in many ways. I guess, the two main families also here, whether it's Chief Minister and who we expect to be the Deputy CM, Pawan Kalyan, both having that association with films as well. And I have with me Mr. Ramesh Kandula, who is someone who has tracked the Telugu Desam from the time of N.T. Ramarao, and in fact he is the biography of he is the author of this book, Maverick Messiah, which is a political biography of N.T. Ramarao, and someone who continues to track the Telugu Desam very closely as well. So a lot of VIPs arrival there, but today's the announcement that we have got of the list of ministers to be included, only one seat has been left as of now. As expected, of course, Pawan Kalyan there, only next to Chandrababu Naidu, which means that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister. And third in the reckoning is Nara Lokesh, who in fact last time round when he became a minister, he was elevated from an MLC to become a minister. This time he has taken the proper route of being elected through Mangalgiri itself. And the mix you are seeing, 3 JSP ministers, 1 person from the BJP, and even that Mr. Amit Shah had to, and Mr. JP Naidu came in, and then the choice was made of Satyakumar Yadav, who is someone who has worked in fact as PS to Mr. Venkaiah Naidu as well, yes, an old hand of the BJP.
Yeah. Oma, this is a completely new political experience, not only for the people of Andhra Pradesh, but also for TDP as well as Naidu. Naidu never ran a coalition government.
He ran a coalition government, but
that was a very nominal kind of thing, 2014. Actually, there were 4 MLAs from BJP and they got 2 ministries. Now, this time they have 8 MLAs, but got only 1. So, things keep changing.
But the difference also perhaps is that NDA government at the center, NDA government in the state, double engine may work well for Andhra Pradesh, which requires huge amount of help. But the NDA at the center requires TDP. The TDP in the NDA in Andhra Pradesh doesn't require anyone else.
But still, Chandrababu Naidu went for coalition. They have been calling this as NDA government. We never heard that term in the past, at least in Andhra Pradesh. For the first time, I think we are hearing this new term called NDA government. So this is not TDP government, let us remember, this is NDA government. Chandrababu Naidu was elected as NDA legislature party leader yesterday. So that is the difference. So I think Chandrababu Naidu also will have to be aware of this new reality, and he seems to be realizing that. Yesterday there was a small incident on the stage wherein all the 3 leaders came in. Chandrababu Naidu was sitting in the chair and he observed that
Ramcharan now coming in as well. That's what we have seen now in the visuals.
So Chandrababu Naidu was sitting in the chair and he observed that his chair was a little special compared to the other 2, where Purandeshwari BJP leader was sitting and where Pawan Kalyan Sena chief was sitting. So he immediately called the security people and asked them to replace that and make it similar.
The optics there very important because Chandrababu Naidu has been time and again. He knows that Pawan Kalyan is actually a baby in politics compared to Chandrababu Naidu. This is the first election that he is winning. First time he is going to become a minister, possibly a deputy chief minister. And yet he wants to treat him like an equal because when he was in jail, the man who gave him hope was actually Pawan Kalyan. Isn't it?
He has been very conscious of this new reality. And he makes it a point to give importance to Pawan Kalyan at every opportunity. And it was clear yesterday also that he is going to continue the same thing. So, because you see, there are a lot of actually concerns among people. How would Chandrababu Naidu be able to run this government? Because Pawan Kalyan and Sena want to expand.
That's a very important political point that you're making, because at a time when Jagan Reddy's YSRCP is actually reduced to only 11 seats.
Yeah.
They actually, Chandrababu Naidu has a bigger mandate than 1994, the mandate that N.T. Ramarao got at that time. And what happens in such a case is that he ends up not having an opposition. So that space is largely empty. We don't even know if Jagan Reddy will come to the assembly.
In fact, Uma, actually there was talk earlier that Pawan Kalyan might not even join the government because he wanted to occupy that opposition space. He would be the opposition leader, in fact, if he chose to.
Yeah.
But just because they had pre-poll alliance, probably he could not have done that.
Also, the expectations of the Sena cadre that they should be.
Yes.
The cadre would have had big expectations, because even when the alliance was being formed, they were a little disappointed that Sena was limited to 21 constituencies, that they had to fight only 2. Of course, they gave a strike rate of 100%, which showed very well for a Pawan Kalyan, who's otherwise not done too well electorally in 2019. He was not able to win both the seats that he fought on. Vasudha, we had more political guests that you wanted to bring in as well.
Stay with us. Pula Rao, so the optics of this event, if you look at the stage, there is OPS, O Paneerselvam, also an NDA partner. There is Praful Patel, there's Eknath Shinde, there's Chirag Paswan. So clearly, it is just not a BJP or a TDP function. The NDA seems to be really important there. We saw Bhuvaneshwari walking in with Purundeshwari. So the optics are very interesting. The pictures and the visuals tell a story, isn't it? What is it that you get, sir?
First of all, there's a little bit of a dig I have to take. Everybody likes a winner, and therefore they all came. They had nothing earlier to do with Andhra Pradesh, but, they're chief ministers, and knowing Chandrababu Naidu, he would have invited a wide array of people. You saw Rajinikanth on the stage. Behind him, you saw Paneerselvam, then the former governor of Telangana. So, he would like to send a message that this is a very important event, and he's a very senior chief minister. And all these people have come, not only the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and Mr. Nadda and Mr. Gadkari. All these leaders have come. So therefore, he would definitely like to make it that he is a very senior and important politician, and they have all come for this swearing in. As opposed to the time in 2014, of course, I think the Prime Minister came at that time. That's the message he wants to give. And of course, there is a little change in circumstances. There is a government which is running. Modi is not a new Prime Minister. He's been there 10 years. He will continue in the style. There's going to be a little more cooperation. But there's one undercurrent which we must note. No doubt, Chandrababu Naidu got 131 MLAs out of 175. But generally, everybody admits it would not have been possible had it not been for the coalition and Pawan Kalyan's inputs over the last 5 years or 7 years.
Right.
So therefore, there is that element where he has to take into consideration.
Right.
Every step of it is watched, that he is treating these people okay. Otherwise, there will be social divisions faster than anything else. So he's very careful. I just heard some people say even the size of the chair, he notes, he's taking all these precautions. And definitely he's a seasoned man, 45 years experience. So he will try to avoid the glitches and problems which had come in earlier tenures. And, he knows there was a very bitter defeat the last time. He ended up in the same way as Jagan Reddy. He has come back. This is a revival he never expected. And therefore, there will be lots of safe. I would believe he would be very safe in his performance, attitude for the moment.
Right. So it's a star-studded event there. Chiranjeevi, of course, superstars of the south of India. Of course, Rajinikanth is also there present with his wife, Lata Rajinikanth. We can see Chiranjeevi there. Sarath Kumar, another ally of the NDA, whose wife, Radhika Sarath Kumar, fought from Birudunagar, also walked in. That is Nara Lokesh, also expected to take oath today. The son of Chandrababu Naidu and also the General Secretary of the party, Pawan Kalyan's brother, Chiranjeevi, is also present. And it must be a poignant moment for him because he started politics there with Praja Rajyam Party, and today Pawan Kalyan could be taking oath. That is a big moment for the family. Sajjan Kumar, couple of things that Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has been saying in the last few days have been very surprising when he says that he's going to be accessible, he's going to completely focus on political governance, not on bureaucracy. He's going to focus on also party and organization building. And yesterday he said that there's no room for demolitions and also vindictive politics. So clearly with with the kind of numbers that TDP saw both in parliamentary and assembly elections, one would have expected probably a different tone, but this is confidence with caution, isn't it?
Exactly, confidence is caution, and the background is simple that this time the revival of TDP and the historic mandate they have got is a result of coming together of the leadership from various sections, and certainly Pawan Kalyan being one who helped stitch the NDA Alliance, bringing BJP, TDP and Jana Sena together. Second, it also led to that sort of a mandate would not have been possible had Pawan Kalyan not ensured that besides Kammas, other social groups who, particularly the agrarian communities like Kapus, who are the largest constituent in terms of the single caste group, they also come together. And then the kind of mandate also shows that even among the core constituency of the YSR Congress, Reddys, there also the party has a very good track record. So the mandate itself is a reflection of a very inclusive social constituency, cutting across the region, caste, communities, and that is why the background from which Chandrababu Naidu, just 6 months back from being incarcerated, bouncing back as a chief minister, is a result of that sort of a very inclusive, very kind of a coalescence of a multiple caste, community, regions, aspirations. So that is why you see the change of the tone. So it's a reflection of the kind of the mandate that has made it possible for Naidu. And also he is very much conscious that when he lost mandate, way back in 2004 to YSR Reddy to Congress. That time, one of the criticism was that he was too much into technocratic mode of a governance, which alienated his own party, and something that also was a critical point in 2019 when he lost the mandate. So that is why I think while his pro-reform, technocratic aspect will be there, but he is very much conscious, dusted and beaten by the experience, that he is going to be accessible. Yeah.
Right. So Chandrababu Naidu all set to take oath for the 4th time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in a few minutes from now. Several guests there, including NDA allies Eknath Shinde, Praful Patel, Chirag Paswan, and several others. Uma, to you now, there is a sense of speculation that Mr. Naidu could have adopted a formula to ensure that NDA partners also get their due share in the cabinet, because we did see what happened with respect to the national politics also, and there is a certain understanding that a minister for each 7 MLAs one could have been chosen. Of course, we also see Satyakumar there, and also explain to us what kind of political arrangement needs to be done with respect to balancing the Kamma, Kapu, Reddy, SC/ST factor in Andhra Pradesh. Do you think TDP would have been very careful to ensure that happens?
First of all, Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 is going to be quite different from the earlier 3 phases of Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister, because like we have been discussing, Chandrababu Naidu has got a mandate of 94% of the people who have voted, and Andhra Pradesh, as you know, actually was the state that polled maximum number of votes in this particular election. 82% polling was really a very, very high percentage. And yes, he has taken care of the caste and region equations as well. Interestingly, Ramesh Garu, you were just pointing out that Rayalaseema, in fact, has got a very good representation, because if Rayalaseema was considered a place where the YSRCP or even the Congress in earlier times was strong, now the TDP has been delivered that mandate.
Yeah, because it has been the bastion for Congress earlier, and now YSRCP. I think even Jagan was shocked actually.
Yes.
Looking at the results from Rayalaseema. And Chandrababu Naidu wanted to acknowledge that fact that Rayalaseema gave so many MLAs to the alliance. That's why they got a lion's share this time. That is 3 from each district, from 2 districts. Whereas the other districts got only 1 each, including, I think, Chittoor, his native district. Anyway, this is...
The caste is also something that's been taken care of, because we were talking about this as an election where Reddys are on one side and Kamma and Kapu on the other side, we say.
But Reddys got 3.
They got 3 ministers. You cannot ignore Reddys in Andhra Pradesh, isn't it?
They are politically very strong. Only Jagan Reddy made that mistake by inducting only 1 minister from Kamma community.
They are also a powerful community. 5 Kammas now represented. There are 4 Kapus in this ministry. You also have about 6 or 7 from the backward class community. And yes, you have representation from the SC, Mala and Madiga. There's an ST as well. 3 women have been represented. 1 minority community person.
Because there is nobody in the central cabinet. That's one thing. And secondly, during the last Chandrababu Naidu cabinet, he did not have a minister from Muslim community. So this time I think he took care of that.
So that's a very conscious decision, I think, because Chandrababu Naidu has, through the election campaign, also said on this issue, I'm going to be different from the centre. And I think both these leadership of the BJP at the centre and the TDP leadership in Andhra Pradesh are going to do their separate things on the minority issue, because they have realized that this is what we are going to do with regard to minorities.
The fact that Lokesh made a statement saying that reservations for Muslims or minorities will stay in Andhra Pradesh, and nobody.
Okay,
from,
sorry to interrupt
BJP
you, Uma. Those visuals are saying that Mr. Naidu has reached, and of course that's the Prime Minister who's reached there, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister. This is all the NDA allies, or almost all NDA allies, are present at Chandrababu Naidu's oath-taking ceremony. He's going to be sworn in a few minutes from now as, for the fourth time, as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. That's the Governor of Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister has just arrived there. In fact, the BJP was represented by Amit Shah, the Home Minister, and JP Nadda, who arrived.
For the national anthem. Kindly, I request you all, kindly please rise for the national anthem.
Please rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much, sir.
So that is the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. He's all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time. And in the last few days, he has often talked about how there is no room for vindictive politics. TDP, of course, plays a very important role in national politics also. TDP is the most important constituent of the NDA Alliance that is led by Narendra Modi, 16 MPs. In fact, TDP will also have the cabinet portfolio for aviation and also MOS for rural development and commerce. Chandrababu Naidu all set to take oath as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in a short while from now for the fourth term. In fact, the BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP President JP Nadda, who arrived last night. They were received by Nara, the General Secretary of the party, and that is the Prime Minister now arriving. He had, in fact, said that he would be taking part in Mr. Naidu's oath-taking ceremony. BJP and TDP and Jana Sena fought the elections together, and in fact, they won 16 seats in the parliamentary elections and also swept the assembly polls. Yes. Let's listen in.
నేను నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు అనే నేను శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన భారత రాజ్యాంగం పట్ల నిజమైన విశ్వాసం విధేయత చూపుతానని భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమాధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతను కాపాడుతానని ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతఃకరణ శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు గాని లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలను అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను. నేను నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు అనే నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా కానీ పరోక్షంగా కానీ ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియపరచునని లేదా వెల్లడించని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
Out of power. So Chandrababu Naidu's mandate that he has received this time round is certainly a little different. He himself has said from any other mandate he has received ever. He has called this an historic mandate because of the kind of numbers that have come in. He has spoken about migrant labor spending their own money and coming to vote for him. And he says people from across, the continents, whether Australia or America and the Gulf countries, all of them have come in and to vote for him. And he says, in fact, that that's why Pawan Kalyan, of course, going to be taking oath next. The list that is given, the pecking order is very, very clear, with Chandrababu Naidu, of course, sworn in as the Chief Minister, and then his team, top of which the list is Pawan Kalyan, Konidala Pawan Kalyan, someone who has been an actor, someone who has been an aspiring politician for a long time and then jumped into politics. 2014, when he did support the NDA, he had not participated in the elections directly, but he did ensure, or he did help the NDA at that time also to win, and now taking oath as top of the team of Chandrababu Naidu. Naidu has been very, very careful about the optics, about ensuring that they come across as equals.
Konidala Pawan Kalyan ane nenu శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన భారత రాజ్యాంగం పట్ల నిజమైన విశ్వాసం విధేయత చూపుతానని భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమాధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతని కాపాడుతానని ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతఃకరణ శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు గాని లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలని అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
నేను
కొణిదెల పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ అనే నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకి తెలియపరచనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
Yes. So Pawan Kalyan has taken his oath, and we are now talking about how important this mandate is. The next on the list, in fact, is going to be Nara Lokesh, is what I reckon. That's the list that's been provided to the governor, and the Chief Secretary Neerab Kumar Prasad is in fact reading out the names one by one. And Nara Lokesh, are you thinking, Ramesh Garu, that Nara Lokesh, the baton could actually be passed on to Nara Lokesh in this term of Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister at a time when he has received such a huge mandate, and he has also proved himself through that Padayatra that he did. He walked over 3,132 kilometers in this.
I don't think during this term, Lokesh is going to take the baton from Chandrababu Naidu. It's also doubtful whether Chandrababu Naidu himself would be willing to do that.
Nara location
Because Chandrababu Naidu cannot live without politics, so long as he is active. So I don't think this time he is going to really...
విశ్వాసం విధేయత చూపుతానని భారతదేశ సార్వభౌమ అధికారాన్ని సమగ్రతను కాపాడుతానని ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా కర్తవ్యాలను శ్రద్ధతో అంతర్గత శుద్ధితో నిర్వహిస్తానని భయం గాని పక్షపాతం గాని రాగద్వేషాలు కానీ లేకుండా రాజ్యాంగాన్ని శాసనాలు అనుసరించి ప్రజలందరికీ న్యాయం చేకూరుస్తానని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
నేను
నారా లోకేష్ నేను ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర మంత్రిగా నా పరిశీలనకు వచ్చిన లేదా నాకు తెలియవచ్చిన ఏ విషయాన్ని నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని ఏ వ్యక్తికి లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియజేయనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని దైవ సాక్షిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తున్నాను.
So Nara Lokesh now taking oath, and the order in which the oath is being taken is a reality of Andhra Pradesh now, isn't it, Mr. Ramesh? That after Chandrababu Naidu, even though Nara Lokesh is second in command in Telugu Desam, that is all indication after the kind of a padayatra that he did, that kind of established him as a leader on his own, not just someone who has come out of his father's shadow now and emerged as a leader on his own, but Konidala Pawan Kalyan is the one second on the list, and he's going to be Deputy Chief Minister.
Yeah, during 2014 and 19, Lokesh was unofficially the second in command. He was not officially, but unofficially he was the second in command. And this time, he was thought to be officially he would be second in command. But things have changed. So Pawan Kalyan's name is on the top of the list, which means he is going to have a big say in the government after Chandrababu Naidu, that is. So
I'll
it
just
is. It will be very.
and say that Kinjirapu Acham Naidu is someone who is actually the brother of Yaram Naidu and someone who is the uncle of Ram Mohan Naidu, and therefore two people from the family, should I say, one getting a union cabinet post and another becoming minister in Chandrababu Naidu's cabinet. Please go ahead.
Acham Naidu is also the president of
The
Andhra Pradesh
unit of
TDP. Because TDP wanted to give that message. Acham Naidu is a BC from North Andhra, and his family has been there with TDP for a long time. So his family got two prime posts. His name figures third in the list. That shows how important this man is. And Ram Mohan Naidu, as everybody knows, at the age of 36, he got cabinet rank. Probably the first ever cabinet rank minister at 36.
One thing I must point out here, while he got civil aviation, which is a high-profile, glamorous ministry, but it is not a very substantive ministry in that sense. So, do you read in it also a power equation there, that if some of the power rises in Delhi, it may be difficult for Chandrababu Naidu within the TDP pack?
Uma, I don't think it was Chandrababu Naidu's choice. It was purely BJP choice. I think BJP allocated the portfolios. And to my knowledge, Chandrababu Naidu did not insist on portfolios. Secondly, the civil aviation ministry is also important for Andhra, especially because Bhogapuram International Airport, which is a prestigious thing for Andhra, will have to come up. It got stalled during Jagan's government. It was actually foundation stone was laid during Chandrababu Naidu's time, between 2014-19. But unfortunately, things did not move very fast during Jagan's regime. Now, because Ram Mohan Naidu is the civil aviation minister, things might move a little faster. And very interestingly, last time it was Ashok Gajpatraju who was civil aviation minister.
At that time, unfortunately, Hudhud had struck, but his being civil aviation minister perhaps helped in the airport being reconstructed
Yes.
at the earliest. Vasudha, this order of the ministers in which after Kollu Ravindra we have Nadendra Manohar, who is the second in command in the Janasena party. But there is also history to Nadendra Manohar, which I must touch upon here, because Nadendra Manohar is the son of Nadendra Bhaskar.
Yes.
And someone who was, should I say, in the TDP history infamous in 1984.
But Nadendra Manohar has been in Congress party for a long time. He left Congress party in 2014 after the bifurcation and joined Janasena. He has been, I think, very loyal to the party, and Pawan Kalyan actually bestows a lot of faith and confidence in Nadendra Manohar. A lot of people within Janasena actually oppose him because he belongs to Kama community. Which is
I just wanted to bring out the irony of it, that Nadendra Bhaskar was someone who had tried to overthrow Mr. NTR, and at that time Chandrababu Naidu had come in and almost like a savior for NTR in 1984. Back to you, Vasudha.
That's very interesting, N. Manohar, and the point person that we all think for Mr. Pawan Kalyan, of course, is going to play a very critical role in the TDP cabinet. Thank you, Uma. Please stay with us. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, other NDA leaders, also Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, BJP President, all present at the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. We can see Eknath Shinde, Praful Patel, Anupriya Patel, of course, Chirag Paswan, several people present at the oath-taking ceremony. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. This is the fourth time he has been sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, also seen as a kingmaker in the NDA Alliance. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's also tracking this event from the ground. Aishwarya, tell us, what is the mood like and what can we expect even as ministers continue to take oath? What kind of formula has Chandrababu Naidu used to put in place his cabinet?
Well, celebrations all the way as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Soon after Chandrababu Naidu was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time, firecrackers being busted outside the venue as far as the oath-taking is concerned. Now, let me show you these visuals. We are outside because there are heavy jammers. Prime Minister's presence is at the swearing-in ceremony, but still people are walking towards the venue, and this is almost a kilometer away where we are reporting from because of the network issues, but certainly still people are lined up to go to have just one glimpse of their leader, of Chandrababu Naidu and other dignitaries who are present there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also had arrived some time back over here. As far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned, he will directly go to Bhubaneswar from here on, but certainly top leaders of the NDA also there, including the stars from Bollywood and Tollywood, Rajinikanth to Chiranjeevi to Allu Arjun to Balakrishna, all are there present. Remember, there are also councillors from different countries who had been specially invited for this oath-taking ceremony. But as we saw yesterday, as soon as Home Minister Amit Shah and Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda arrived in Vijayawada, he, along with Mr. Shah, directly went to Chandrababu Naidu's residence. There they had almost 40 minutes of that meeting, and soon after that the Andhra Pradesh cabinet was finalized. Now it is very clear that 24 of the MLAs are taking oath as the ministers of the Chandrababu Naidu cabinet, and it has a mix of combination as far as the youth presence in the cabinet is concerned, the experience is concerned, women, backward, everybody. But certainly, this is a message that Chandrababu Naidu wanted to send out, that they are with the NDA, and 100%, the cooperation with the centre is something that will be required for next 5 years, and that's being showcased in a mega swearing-in ceremony today as well.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Let me go across to Pula Rao now. Sir, Pawan Kalyan took oath. He was the second person to take oath. So clearly, he is going to play a very important role there. He is the brother of Chiranjeevi. Chiranjeevi started the Praja Rajyam party. I still remember this whole 5 rupees thing, which for that, I mean, at that time, it just seemed like the first initiative to crowdsource for a political party. But of course, Pawan Kalyan has seen electoral success this time, despite trying very hard last few times. Tell us, how do you see the rise and the stature of rise in the stature of Pawan Kalyan and the kind of role that he's likely to play? Because when Mr. Naidu was arrested, like my colleague Uma was also pointing out, it was Mr. Pawan Kalyan who gave a lot of hope to Mr. Naidu.
You say Pawan Kalyan did help his brother in a very big way in 2008 when he formed that Praja Rajyam. Praja Rajyam did well, but they lost. You know, the triangular fight first time. Instead of carrying on like Pawan Kalyan, Chiranjeevi merged his party with the Congress and became a minister, and that was over. Then when Pawan Kalyan resumed his activities on his own in 2014, there was a lot of credibility gap, whether he'll also wind up his party, this, that. But without contesting any seats in 2014, he supported the BJP and Chandrababu Naidu, helped them come to power. Jagan was quite powerful even then. Jagan was very competitive, even in that election, 2014. 2019, Pawan Kalyan then said he will contest on his own because he did not get along with Chandrababu Naidu. There were many, many issues. Too short to go in here. He contested on his own. He secured 5-6% votes, lost most of them, all the seats, and including himself. But he persisted. And unfortunately for Jagan, instead of dividing his opponents, he attacked all his opponents at the same time, and they were all united. That's a very strange thing which Jagan brought about. He united his enemies. And Pawan Kalyan, Chandrababu Naidu started working together, and BJP came along. There's the rest of this history. You know what happened was, he had a multiplier effect on the election. Multiplier effect. And he gave a lot of courage. His cadres were everywhere. And let me tell you, he gets crowds without paying for it. Everybody knows that. He gets crowds. He's got a huge following. He could withstand all the pressures of the government and became a source of great energy, stability, and if I may say so, he was the fighting force of the opposition.
Well, that's a very important point. Let me go across to Sajjan Kumar. Thank you so much, Sajjan, for waiting so patiently. Chandrababu Naidu, in some ways, was seen as the first tech-savvy chief minister of any state. He was fondly called the CEO of Andhra Pradesh. He was seen as pro-industry, pro-investments, pro-corporate. He was also seen as empowering wealth creators. But now, Andhra is a welfare state known for Jagan's model of welfare schemes. How do you see that shift happening, and also his own politics, you know, of multiple flip-flops, as somebody who took over the party after his father-in-law, somebody who's been with the BJP, also with the opposition, you know, leaving the party, leaving the NDA fold in 2019 over not so very cordial terms. So how do you see that politics and, of course, his governance vision shaping in the upcoming cabinet?
నా కర్తవ్యాలను సక్రమంగా నిర్వహించేందుకు అవసరమైన మేరకు తప్ప ప్రత్యక్షంగా గాని పరోక్షంగా గాని
Sajjan, you're on mute.
లేదా వ్యక్తులకు తెలియపరచనని లేదా వెల్లడించనని
one should not see a contradiction or a binary between a technocratic vision and a very socially inclusive vision, because that was the decade of 1990s when India has opened it, and then Chandrababu Naidu, of course, created the Hyderabad as a Cyberabad sort of a thing. And that became a kind of a template for the kind of e-governance model that's something one witnessed. But then also came the critical aspect of that it's not inclusive. And then we see in 2000, every party has created a fine balance. So all the populist policy, welfare schemes that you see, even at the national level, you see every party has to continue something that is there. But side by side, you also have to go for some sort of a pro-reform vision wherein you create infrastructure, you create some sort of a more kind of a governance which is more kind of coordinated. So that way, you find Chandrababu Naidu or Narendra Modi, they all have the same template wherein they have to ensure a kind of a very reformist development wherein from the agrarian, the non-agrarian shift has to be created to include more people into the mode of economy and finance. But side by side, you also have to give a cushion. You cannot leave the bottom of the pyramid at their own fate. That market cannot percolate. So that is why Jagan has lost the electoral arithmetic, but still he is sitting at 39.5, nearly 40% of the vote percentage. And many of his populist schemes were popular among the women, etc. But he lost because the opposition vote came together. So that is why it has to be a kind of, because Amaravati will require a lot of infrastructural investment and that will catapult the health. So it has to be a fine balance. So something you see at Andhra and center will remain the same.
Thank you, Sachin. Just hold on to that thought of yours, and we will come back to you after the break. Also, Mr. Pullarao, please stay with us. Time for a short break. We are continuing to track this very important story of oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu for the fourth time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Time for a short break. We'll be back in a minute.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहां पे UPI से पेमेंट करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. टिप इज वेरी यूजफुल. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा पॉपुलर है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. ऑलमोस्ट ग्लोबली इट्स वेरी पॉपुलर. गेम्स हों या कंसोल्स हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको यूज़ करते हैं. बट बैक इन द डेज, बैक इन द 90s, व्हाइल सोनी वाज ट्राइंग टू एस्टैब्लिश इट्स PlayStation लाइनअप, काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मार्केटिंग को सोनी ने यूज़ किया था. जी हाँ, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द वेरी स्पेशल स्क्रैच एंड स्निफ लेबल्स फ्रॉम द रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर और फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister. Fourth term for Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan is also part of the Naidu cabinet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, senior leaders of NDA celebrities are attending this grand swearing-in. The water crisis in Delhi. Supreme Court staff questions to Delhi government. The top court has asked, what have you done against tanker mafia? NDTV meanwhile brings you a ground report from the key source of water for Delhi. In the Jammu Kashmir encounter, a CRPF Jawan has been killed in Kathua terror attack. One terrorist has also been killed in this encounter. 3 days, 3 terror incidents in Jammu and Kashmir. Former Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, has been accused of using cops to tap phones. 4 senior police officials have been named in this charge sheet. No BRS leader named in first charge sheet. The police, in fact, have accused tapped phones of opposition leaders. World Bank releases report on global economy. India to remain fastest growing major economy. World Bank raises India's growth forecast to 6.6%. It's a big day for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Mega swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu is taking place at Gannavaram, and this is the 4th time that Chandrababu Naidu is taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, known as the first CEO of Andhra Pradesh, and also someone who was pro-industry and pro-corporate. This ceremony of oath-taking of Chandrababu Naidu saw the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, there was a warm hug between the two leaders. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu and the TDP also play a very important role in the NDA Alliance at the centre with 16 MPs. In fact, they also hold the cabinet portfolio of aviation and also an MOS position. Pawan Kalyan was sworn in as after Mr. Naidu, and of course Nara Lokesh, the General Secretary of the party, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, also was sworn in as part of the cabinet. We'll be getting you all the details along with my colleague Uma Sudhir, who's tracking this event for us. To you, Uma, tell us about the significance of this, of all the people who took oath today, and also tell us the way ministers have been chosen. What are the kind of caste considerations have been taken for this cabinet, for this council of ministers to take shape?
So Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 is off to a start with Mr. Naidu taking oath as Chief Minister, and all his team members also being sworn in now one by one. And yes, we have already seen Konidala, Pawan Kalyan being the second to be sworn in. Very clearly, the pecking order in the new government, in the new NDA government, is going to be Chandrababu Naidu, then Konidala Pawan Kalyan, and then Nara Lokesh. And it does appear that if Naidu had any plans of handing over the baton to his son, it may not happen in a hurry, and it will take some time. Yes, the balance of regions has been taken care of very well. The Rayalaseema region getting representation, good representation, because that's an area that the Telugu Desam and the NDA did not hope to get as many seats as they have actually managed to do as well. And the caste considerations as well taken care of. And as Mr. Ramesh was also pointing out, a minority member, Mr. Mohammad Farooq, also being given a place in the cabinet itself. Yes, 3 women have been sworn in as well. And yes, we saw the lone BJP man in the cabinet, who is going to be Satya Kumar Yadav, someone who's been a BJP loyalist for a very long time, and someone who's worked with Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, and someone who has also been attacking Jagan Reddy quite vociferously over the last few years of Jagan Reddy's rule, I think. So that role of his has fetched him birth in the Chandrababu Naidu cabinet. And of course, the big agenda for Chandrababu Naidu, as he himself has said, he has got a historic mandate and therefore he treats this as a huge responsibility and he's going to do it along with his team. Pawan Kalyan has not made any demands, and if you thought that the opponent space is free and Pawan Kalyan and Jana Sena do want to grow in this, how are those equations going to work out? Mr. Ramesh, how is that equation going to work out? Because Nara Lokesh is very clearly now being pitched as number 2. In fact, somebody as senior as Kesneni Srinivas, former Vijayawada MP who jumped to the YSRCP, said the reason he did that was because he did not want to be taking orders from Nara Lokesh. And now it's very clear after his Padayatra and the kind of mandate that they have had that he's number 2 in the TDP, all right, but politically Pawan Kalyan takes a bigger stature.
Yes, Uma, that is going to be a big challenge for Lokesh. After the Padayatra, Lokesh was seen as having come of age, actually. But for him, unfortunately, now Pawan Kalyan came into the equation. So he cannot be seen as number 2 in the government, as of now, at least. Pawan Kalyan will be the number 2. So that way, I think Chandrababu Naidu will have to keep all these sensitivities.
And Naidu has been very careful about
He has been
giving
very
that
careful till now. I think I have a feeling that he's going to continue with that for sure. Because now, even for Pawan Kalyan, you said that he has not made any demands as such. I think I know the reason. The reason is this, that both Chandrababu Naidu as well as Pawan Kalyan, they are now concerned about the promises that they have made. State is in a very bad financial position and they have promised quite a lot of things, more than what Jagan did in the last 5 years. So how are they going to fulfill all these promises? That is going to be a big challenge. I think they are more worried about that than about positions and
also
other.
the mandate that the people have given Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan, rather the NDA. Of course, the BJP, we can very safely say, was able to win 8 seats because of the push that TDP and Jana Sena gave. But Amaravati, that's the big one, isn't it? Chandrababu Naidu inaugurated it, Prime Minister Modi was there, but at that time the criticism was that the central government did not do enough. At that time we spoke about 50,000 crore rupees as the budget. Is that really a possibility for a state now which is revenue deficit? And you also have, he has big expectations from the center, but like you said, other than Amaravati, also there are several other demands on like welfare that he has promised almost as much as Jagan Reddy.
There are 2 positive developments here for Amaravati. One is, last time even Pawan Kalyan joined the forces that were criticizing Amaravati. So now Chandrababu Naidu has got and Amaravati has got Pawan Kalyan on their side.
And Amit Shah and the central government too.
The second one is that. The second one is the central government is also with them. So that way I think Amaravati is going to really grow in the coming months and years. Another important point here is that Amaravati actually doesn't need so much of money. People say that it requires 50,000 crore. That was the last GO that the Chandrababu Naidu government gave in 2019, that it requires 50,000 crore over a period of 5 years actually. Now most of this money will be generated through private investment. So government doesn't need to spend a lot of money on Amaravati as such. So Amaravati is going to grow for sure, but because they have plans as to how to attract.
The mandate also becomes very important to give confidence to investors, isn't it? For them to come in.
That's very, very important thing, because actually investors lost confidence in Andhra Pradesh in general and Amaravati in particular. And I mean, as you know, last time the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Singapore people, everybody left high and dry actually, because Jagan was treating them very badly. So it would have been very difficult.
Not honoring the contracts that the state had made.
Actually, I think AP as well as India got a very bad name on the international stage because of Amaravati, what Jagan Reddy did for Amaravati. But now I think because of the huge mandate that this alliance got, that Chandrababu Naidu will be able to attract investors. And here I must point out, I read in the news, and I think I saw also on the TV now, that the Korean Consul General also attended this function, which is very important, which means that the foreign governments, especially Korea as well as Japan and Singapore, who were willing to help Amaravati during the last term, I think they are going to come forward this time also. I mean, that's my reading now.
That will be good news for the people of Andhra Pradesh who are certainly hoping, and I've actually been feeling emotionally very hurt that 10 years after the state has been formed, they still don't have a capital. That's something that they worry about. But how much can the central government leverage be in terms of, because the portfolios wise, we can't say it was a heavyweight portfolio that they have got. Pemasani Chandrasekhar, of course, is MOS in agriculture, and he's also with communications. And Ram Mohan Naidu has been given civil aviation. Like we were discussing earlier, Andhra Pradesh does need to build for itself good airports as well. The Vijayawada airport itself needs a huge upgrade if the kind of a brand that Hyderabad has got is also because of the kind of an airport that it does have.
Yes. See, the fact that Chandrababu Naidu did not insist on portfolios and the number of ministries in the central government was because I think he wanted more money, more funds from the central government. I think he preferred funds and money to portfolios and ministries. So I think this time the central government is going to be a bit more liberal compared to what they did between 2014 and 19.
Just one more comment on the NDA government, that Chandrababu Naidu did not make any demands, but sources did tell us that they would like the speaker's post. There has been talk that possibly Purandeshwari could be given that speaker's post possibly, and will that be something that Chandrababu Naidu would like?
I don't think Chandrababu Naidu will have a role in that, and there is nothing for him to like or dislike in that.
There's a power equation within the family, isn't it?
Yeah, but see, they were actually not friends for a long time. Purandeshwari and her husband, Daggubati Venkateshwara Rao, and Chandrababu Naidu family. Now recently, because of BJP, they came together. Now it seems they have reconciled. There is some kind of reconciliation between the two. But still, I think each one of them would be wary of the other. So I don't think Chandrababu Naidu will have any role in BJP deciding the speaker's post. They probably want the speaker's post for themselves, but I don't think BJP is going to give that. That's for sure. Some people have been saying that deputy speaker's post might be given to TDP. That's one possibility.
Mr. Pullarao, do you see this as smooth sailing, because Chandrababu Naidu will not want to, shake the apple cart at this point in time? He needs the central government as much as the central government needs him in terms of support financially and otherwise, because like we were discussing, huge mandate and huge responsibilities and expectations from the people of Andhra Pradesh, who were in fact for the last few years feeling very marginalized in the national narrative.
One thing, Chandrababu Naidu will be very careful not to make any demands. Because, you must go back past history. He left Modi suddenly in 2018. All that history is there. He doesn't want those memories to come back. He has opened a new chapter, and he won along with the support of Pawan Kalyan. And Pawan Kalyan is a Modi strong man. Things may change in the future. Secondly, I just ask you, Umaji, is there somebody of stature in those parliament MPs from Andhra to be a speaker between you and me? This is not a post to be bestowed for charity. Somebody has to command the house. Somebody has to know the law. People are saying even Om Birla might not get a second term after having been there 5 years, done well. So all those factors go into there. And I don't think Chandrababu Naidu wants to be loaded with the suspicion.
It has happened in the past, Mr. Pullarao, when GMC Balayogi did become the speaker from the Telugu Desam side. But what more interesting perhaps may be the fact that in Andhra Pradesh now there is an opposition space that will become more and more open. Do you see that space is something that Pawan Kalyan would want to come and occupy? Of course, BJP also would be looking as a party to grow in that space. It's now a happy coalition of the NDA, but there is an opposition space which they would want to come and occupy.
No, opposition space is not there that much. Jagan is still there. He's still there. He got a good percentage of vote. We have to see how he comes back. He has no option but to come back if he wants to be in politics, and I'm sure he will come back. He's not going to give up. He has faced more adversity. He has been in jail, all of that. I suspect after a few months, he'll be very active again. Having said that, what you say is very relevant. Pawan Kalyan contested only 21 seats. He left the other 154. He cannot grow there now if he remains in the coalition. That is a law. BSP is to contest all the 424 seats in Uttar Pradesh to grow and stabilize. Where can Pawan Kalyan go now? If he wants to expand beyond 21 seats, he has to leave the coalition. Chandrababu Naidu is aware of that. He would not like him to leave. It will be a comfortable coalition. But yes, if Pawan doesn't grow, then he will dissipate. He's got followers all over the state. They'll have no growth potential. Where do they go? You know how power politics works. Whether TDP MLAs, they won't allow these people to grow, won't give them seats, etc. So It is I agree. Chandrababu Naidu is a master of politics and a master of compromise. He can work out. I agree with all of that. And he will take a very matured stance that he would want the social coalition, social alliance to continue in the interest of his party also, and keeping an eye on Jagan and his future possibilities. So right now, Pawan Kalyan wants to grow, but if he grows, it will have to be in consonance, in agreement with TDP. Otherwise, of course, there's a lot of possibilities in the future. You have to wait out a few months to see how this is going to work out.
I like the fact, Mr. Pullarao, that you often use social forces instead of caste and communities. I think it's a terminology that all of us should consider.
I want
because
to be polite.
It is so holistic, and it really covers a lot of things that we probably... And even Sajan could just tell me a little bit... I mean, also look at the optics of this, Sajan, because, look at Pawan Kalyan. Day before yesterday, I think on Friday, the Prime Minister said that Pawan nahi aandi hai. And there was, in that NDA meeting, I was present in the Central Hall of the Parliament, and there was this showering of praises on Narendra Modi, and of course Narendra Modi doing the same to both Pawan Kalyan and of course Chandrababu Naidu, and it was some sense of Telugu Atma Gavravam flashing at all, in all its strength. So tell us, how do you see the optics of this? Because this and the presence of Venkaiah Naidu, so clearly there seems to be more emphasis on allies now, instead of BJP saying that we will do it all by ourselves in the south of India because we don't need anybody. Probably there is also some reality check that the BJP has from its own performance in the south of India, and it is probably thinking that it's for the best that it goes with allies this time.
Yeah, there is a very cluttered and differentiated strategy for every state in South for BJP. But Andhra is one state which, keeping Congress for a Congress slight rise in 2024 verdict. Andhra is their Waterloo moment. If you check the voting numbers, I mean, literally on most of the seat, Congress vote is competing with the Nota vote. So that sort of Andhra provides you that kind of a grand failure of the Congress, even revive or at least hint some sort of a revival. This is one. Two, also remember that already in South, and particularly in Andhra, politics is entering into a new generational leadership's foray. So you have Nara Lokesh, who is waiting after, and that's one of the concerns, because vis-a-vis Chandrababu Naidu, Pawan Kalyan yet maybe at par or still has a lot of to catch. But when Nara Lokesh comes and you have Pawan Kalyan and you have Jagan Reddy, so if you see the framing of Andhra politics in that frame of leadership, certainly things are not that easy for Chandrababu Naidu despite such a mammoth victory. And that is why he would be more focused on the state rather than trying to kind of encash more bargain at the national level.
Right. Yeah. Uma, I would like to ask you this. Is there also some sense of generational shift or balancing between old and young leaders? Because both the ministers at the centre, be it Pemasani Chandrasekhar Rao or Mohan Naidu, are relatively young. And, the first two people who took oath after Mr. Naidu, Pawan Kalyan and also Nara Lokesh, are also younger compared to, a lot of senior politicians that we see. How is TDP trying to balance that out?
In fact, the new cabinet of Chandrababu Naidu has quite a few new faces, and many of them are in fact in their 30s and 40s, which I would reckon is a very good age for them to come up with new ideas and work with the kind of enthusiasm. There's a kind of an ennui that sets in when you've been minister once, twice, thrice, and there's a set pattern with which you work. Perhaps this innovation is what Chandrababu Naidu is looking for when he selected this young blood to be able to deliver on the promises that the people of Andhra Pradesh have voted, because there are huge expectations, and that is something that would certainly be weighing on the mind of Chandrababu Naidu, because the financials is one thing, and the challenges of creating that kind of a capital while keeping the regional balances in place. Remember, when he made that speech yesterday, he also spoke about not wanting to disappoint the people of Visakhapatnam. He spoke about Visakhapatnam is going to be the financial capital for Andhra Pradesh as well, and he has taken care of Rayalaseema too. That is where, you say the coastal belt is where the Telugu Desam is strong, and the Rayalaseema belt is where traditionally it was understood as the Congress and subsequently the YSRCP that was considered as a strong party, and now his representation has been in such a manner that it takes care of all these aspirations and perhaps being able to deliver as well.
Right. Also, Uma, tell us a little bit about the family of Chandrababu Naidu, because, when he was in jail, we did see his wife Bhuvaneshwari playing an important role. The wife of Nara Brahmani is seen in visuals here with a young son. And of course, this whole rift, so-called rift between Purandeshwari and Chandrababu Naidu, and of course the co-brothers. So tell us, how does the family politics how do we understand that? Because suddenly the family has also become quite visible, with Nara Lokesh assuming an important post in the government.
So Bhuvaneshwari has actually stayed away from politics all these years. She never came in the limelight. She never spoke out. Even when we would be doing 24 hours with the Chief Minister, she would not really want to be in the frame. She preferred keeping a low profile. But when Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was jailed, she decided to take that mantle of responsibility. There were not too many leaders standing by Naidu, should I say, in that sense, tall leaders. There was a Nara Lokesh, but beyond that, what? And Bhuvaneshwari actually did that role very well. She had a kind of a movement that she did across the state, appealing to the people and showing really in many senses that she is indeed NTR's daughter, being able to make the connect with the people. And though even now Brahmani and Bhuvaneshwari both have stayed away from active politics, they have not participated in the elections, but they now have a political profile, certainly. But much more interesting is what you mentioned, because Telugu Desam was associated with Nandamuri Taraka Ramarao, the man whose book Mr. Ramesh has written, and that family and Chandrababu Naidu, in a sense, that competition has always been there, and I would reckon that the BJP also tried to reach out in a sense to a junior NTR to become perhaps a face for the party for them, and the Telugu Desam has moved away from that Nandamuri family and become more of the Nara family. I would like you to comment, because you have known this family very well. Yeah. And in many senses, you mentioned earlier, you touched upon Purandeshwari and Dagubati being kept away. The other big challenge in Generation Next was actually a junior NTR for staking claim to the Telugu Desam.
Right now, junior NTR, I think, has been isolated. But one thing we should, I think, understand is that there are too many people from Chandrababu Naidu family in politics right now, in his own party. In fact, even the coalition is a coalition of the family. The BJP president is Purandeshwari in Andhra Pradesh, and Chandrababu Naidu here.
Not
Chandrababu Naidu,
the fact
his
that
son,
Lokesh is married to his brother-in-law, Balakrishna,
who is an MLA from Hindupur. And Balakrishna's another son-in-law is an MP from Visakhapatnam. That is the who runs Geetam institutions. So see how many people are there. I don't know how, BJP also must be feeling very embarrassed to talk about it. But there are at least half a dozen people from within the family who are holding various positions in the party, and now in the government they would be, because as MLAs or as ministers or as MPs. That's one problem. As for junior NTR, I don't think he will have any chance in the near future to enter politics. I think he will take his own time. He's biding his time, is what I feel. And right now, the focus is on Nara and Nandamuri families. And he is out of the equation right now, Junior NTR. There was some news item yesterday saying that he was also invited for the swearing in. I'm not sure about it. But I don't think he forms part of the family as of now.
He, Junior NTR, as we know him, is also the son of Hari Krishna, who supported Chandrababu Naidu.
Who was also an MP.
Who was also an MP at that time and supported Chandrababu Naidu at the time of the coup that happened in August 1995. And so, you know, the family of N.T. Ramarao, many of his sons were on Chandrababu Naidu's time, and that coup was supposed to be against Lakshmi Parvati. And subsequently, of course, there has been, you know, they're going their separate ways, should I say.
And Lakshmi Parvati is another person from the Nandamuri family. Very
but she's politically not relevant any longer, though she did go to the YSRCP.
That is true.
So the Nandamuri family per se has the Nandamuri Balakrishna, who is also father-in-law of Lokesh, and his daughter is Brahmani. And Nara Lokesh now will be prepared for that role, but as a politician who is still very much active on the political firmament, unlikely that the baton would be passed on to Nara Lokesh, at least not in this term. But certainly he has been prepped up for the role, and he has, you know, Chandrababu Naidu did mention that he won with a 80,000, 90,000 majority in Mangalagiri itself. So that was one way of establishing that he is someone who has some political weight now.
Well, let me go across to Pularao, sir. You had a point to make?
Yeah, I just think, you know, looking back, there's some essential style differences between Jagan and Chandrababu Naidu. When Jagan used to come to Delhi, he never told people what he was coming for, but back without meeting the press. So what he got, what he didn't get, nobody knew. I don't know whether Chandrababu Naidu will change his style. He would come to Delhi, I have asked for this, I have asked for that, and if he doesn't get it, you know, naturally there will be a lot of tension over there. You know, Jagan used to come. I think Uma will confirm what I say. He used to come, suddenly meet the Prime Minister, Finance Minister, or somebody and go back and leave a note. So nobody knew whether he was disappointed. There was no room for creating any, you know, disruption. That earlier, I remember in 2014 to 18.
But Mr. Pularao, I must say that Jagan Reddy did manage financial packages that perhaps Chandrababu Naidu did not manage at a time when the state was struggling for finances. So his equation with the Prime Minister was quite special. He kept it confidential, no doubt, but he did manage financial help, and it was quite successful trips that he managed to do. Interesting that it was just before the elections that Mr. Modi also decided to back a Chandrababu Naidu, who they spoke of as someone they don't trust too much, and there was a lot of suspicion and doubt. But just in that very short period of time, the NDA managed to bring its chemistry together and make this happen in an Andhra Pradesh. One would have thought perhaps that there would be, there would be room for speculation about differences, but the optics has been very good. I mean, I'm saying whether it's Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu, given the difference in their seniority as well, they worked very well together in the run-up to these elections as well. They would have public meetings almost every 2 to 3 days in a week, and the chemistry on stage, off stage, no dirty linen washed in public ever, to show the cadre and the leadership down the line that we are working together, and if we have to make this happen, it has to happen together. And that's what they were very clear on. Their mandate was, we have to replace Jagan Reddy, we have to get YSRCP out of rule.
Pularao,
and
sir,
it was actually a
while the alliance,
in many senses, that they all work together.
While the alliance did work out in February, even then I could hear a lot of people say that, you know, the parliamentary alliances could work the NDA way, but Jagan is still strong in the state. That was the rumor that was going around, and that is why probably the BJP also delayed the alliance formation. Sajan, would you agree that the Prime Minister, like Uma was also pointing out, the Prime Minister's possibly trust and confidence in someone like Jagan, who basically never defied him, agreeing to all his policy and political moves, that also possibly played a role in increasing this distance between TDP and BJP. But of course, politics matters, numbers matter, and they did eventually come together in the month of February. But Jagan was an ally of the Prime Minister of the BJP that they were very happy with. Not an ally in the formal sense, but somebody who subtly supported the government's move.
You see, Jagan had a wonderful relationship with the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Jagan also understood. He was very shrewd here. Don't go with a list, making open demands, sulk and go away. You say you want nothing. He says he always used to say he wants nothing. It's a courtesy call on the Prime Minister.
Yes.
At the end of it, the small list would come out, and as Uma has said, it would be done.
Okay.
And he endeared himself, I use this word, to Modi as a man who had no demands. Though he had demands.
Okay.
You see, that's what I meant to say. The way you ask, the way you lobby is also important. And public lobbying never gets you anywhere. You know, so that's what I meant to say.
Just a second, Pularao sir. The visuals are here. This is a photo op, the famous photo op. Nara Lokesh, then Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, sitting alongside Chandrababu Naidu, the governor, of course, the new Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, sworn in as the Chief Minister for the 4th time. There's also Abdul Nazar, the Governor of Andhra Pradesh. There's Nara Lokesh, who's going to play an important role in the Naidu Council of Ministers, and of course, all the ministers there. And that's the Prime Minister's, that's Bhuvaneshwari, the wife of Chandrababu Naidu, who played an important role coming out and campaigning against his arrest. The Prime Minister accompanied by Chandrababu Naidu even as he prepares to leave the venue. In fact, BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda, who arrived last night. BL Santosh, the National Organization Secretary, was also present last night, and they had meetings with Chandrababu Naidu and several TDP leaders to finally draw the shape of the final Council of Ministers. There have been hectic negotiations, is what we've been told. Chandrababu Naidu also plays an important role in the central cabinet with two of his ministers, one with a cabinet portfolio of aviation, the other with rural and communications MOS. That's Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan with the Prime Minister there. And that's JP Nadda and the Home Minister. And of course, Venkaiah Naidu, who is seen to have played an important role in fostering TDP, BJP alliances in the past, is also present. Mr. Naidu also comes from the same community as Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and is seen as someone who has had close ties with him. Prime Minister having a chat with Chandrababu Naidu. Earlier today, we also saw both of them exchanging warm hugs, and the optics of this event also shows that the coalition or the alliance between the parties is being built on a sense of reassurance and confidence. This is particularly after what happened in 2019 when Chandrababu Naidu walked out of the alliance over allegations that the BJP, the centre, was not ready to fulfill the special category status that was promised during the bifurcation of the state, something that was promised by the UPA government, something that the BJP had agreed with. That is Chiranjeevi, Narendra Modi and Pawan Kalyan. Chiranjeevi, the superstar of the south of India, also the elder brother of Pawan Kalyan. The Prime Minister sharing a moment with them, and that Allu Arjun is also there.
Superstar.
Amongst the allies present are NCP's Praful Patel, Eknath Shinde, the Shiv Sena Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And he's meeting Rajnikant, and of course Lata Rajnikant is also present with him, and that is...
రజనీకాంత్ గారితో ప్రత్యేకంగా మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నారు. ఇది ప్రేమ, ఇది అభిమానం, ఇది వాత్సల్యం.
Bandi Sanjay, former chief of BJP Telangana, OPS, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, also present. Nitin Gadkari, the minister for road transport, also present there, and Ramdas Athavale, the head of RPI, Republican Party of India, also a cabinet minister. Now Chirag Paswan, MOS, Anupriya Patel, MOS, also present. These are important allies of the BJP. Ram Mohan Naidu, the new aviation minister, the youngest minister in the cabinet, 36-year-old, and CM Ramesh, the MP from Anakapalli, also BJP MP from Anakapalli, present there. The Prime Minister, in fact, addressed a huge rally during the elections in Anakapalli, and now the Prime Minister is having a word with the Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Abdul Nazar.
సొంత లాభం కొంత మానుకొని కాదు, అంతా మానుకొని రాష్ట్రం కోసం పరిశ్రమించేటువంటి పెద్దలందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఈ వేదికని వేడుకుంటున్న క్షణం అందరం గట్టిగా ఒకసారి చప్పట్లతోటి ఆయన
వీడ్కోలులో కూడా పాల్గొందాం. మరోసారి పేరు పేరున అభిమానులకి, మిత్రులకి, పార్టీ నేతలకి, కార్యకర్తలకి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి పేరు పేరున కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
So several actors were present there, including actor Balakrishna and of course Chiranjeevi, the elder brother of Pawan Kalyan, who took oath today after Chandrababu Naidu. That's the famous photo op with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister arrived a short while ago. He took part in the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. BJP was represented by Home Minister Amit Shah, who arrived last night. He also held meetings with Chandrababu Naidu over the final shape of the Council of Ministers. Uma, coming to you, help us understand the significance of all the ministers who have been sworn in and also the kind of guests who were there, particularly the NDA allies. What does this mean for the new NDA government in the centre and also in Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, indeed, a very happy family. That's what the NDA is looking like, and with adequate representation from all sections, all parties, all allies, and yes, enough of enough of the very influential and well-known faces. The Prime Minister not missing out on, despite the kind of a schedule that he has to go to Odisha now for the next swearing-in ceremony, and yet he made the time to meet each one of those people. Making an effort to have that photo op with a Chiranjeevi and a Pawan Kalyan as well, raising hands and posing for pictures with those two very, very popular men in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and of course Rajnikant and Lata Rajnikant, as you were mentioning. There was also OPS on screen, who is in fact did work as part of the NDA in Tamil Nadu, though they did lose the elections there. But the entire scene that you see there is something that is looking set for harmonious relations with the centre, blessings of the centre for a state of Andhra Pradesh, and being able to take the agenda forward, the mandate that the people of Andhra Pradesh have given. And Chandrababu Naidu, very conscious of the fact that Pawan Kalyan has played that very important role in his government, and therefore giving him that kind of status and stature wherever he is seen in public. That is, I think, a very important signal, not just for politically speaking, but also to the cadre of Jana Sena. And earlier we were talking about Pawan Kalyan and Jana Sena will naturally have an ambition to grow in this state, as like Mr. Pulara was pointing out, perhaps fight elections in a larger number of seats, and the huge disappointment that they have had that he had been limited to the number of seats. The turning point really had come for Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam, with Pawan Kalyan going to Rajamandri when Chandrababu Naidu was in jail, and making that statement that I am going to be fighting the election along with Chandrababu Naidu, along with Telugu Desam, even when he was part of the NDA, knowing fully well that Delhi may be frowning on something like this, because at that time they were not really feeling positive about it, Chandrababu Naidu. But everything has changed now. The magic of victory playing itself out in Andhra Pradesh, where the huge mandate that the NDA has got is something that is being now celebrated by all those who contributed to it, including the Prime Minister.
Can I just add one sentence?
Please.
I have not seen such a star-studded event in Andhra for a long time. That's one thing. And for the last 5 years, for good or bad, we have been hearing only bad news about AP. Hopefully, this alliance is going to produce some good results, positive results for the state.
Right. So the entire state is watching and hoping for positive results. In terms of
there are a lot of expectations.
Also, Uma, help us understand the 3 women ministers who have been sworn in as part of the Andhra Assembly cabinet, Vangalapudi Anita and S. Savita and also Sandhya Rani. Tell us a little bit about who are these women and what can we expect from them in terms of governance and politics.
Okay, Anita Vangalapudi is again someone who also belongs to the SC community, so in that sense representation for her gender as well as her caste, and all 3 of them are in fact first time ministers. Gumadi Sandhya Rani, Savita,
scheduled caste.
Yeah, scheduled caste.
Scheduled tribe, sorry.
Scheduled tribe. Gumadi Sandhya Rani, the only scheduled tribe person in the cabinet, and all 3 of them are new faces, so whether gender will play a big part,
Savita
I don't know.
From backward community,
backward class community,
from Rayalaseema.
So how much was their contribution?
And they're all new.
They're all new, debut.
They're all first timers. Vangalapudi Anita has been around for some time, She was MLA during 2014 and 19,
second.
and she was also, I think, the head of women's wing of
Yes,
TDP.
she was heading the Telugu Desam women's
Yeah.
wing in Andhra Pradesh.
But they are newcomers as far as the ministry is concerned.
Right.
So I think they wanted to encourage newcomers, and they wanted to have at least 3 or 4 women. So they managed to squeeze in 3 MLAs.
Which is a good number in a cabinet of 24, I would think, other than the chief minister, because you don't see many other experienced faces either of women here. Opportunity. Chandrababu Naidu has been known to give opportunity to the young in many senses. He has done that in the past as well. And here the 3 women ministers are new, yes, but hopefully will be able to deliver on the ministries that they are handed over to them.
Right. Uma, we've also tracked Chandrababu Naidu for last so many years. Chandrababu Naidu himself has been in politics for last 40 years. He has been chief minister and also leader of opposition several times. Tell us, what is the difference, in him being part of the government, head of the government, and also somebody who is the opposition leader? How does his politics change, and what can we expect in the upcoming government of the TDP?
One thing about Mr. Chandrababu Naidu is that he's a very resilient leader. He's someone who started his career actually in the Congress, and as a youth leader, even was part of the Sanjay Gandhi team. I mean, rather he supported that time during the emergency, and subsequently.
I think right now we can talk about his resilience, as you pointed out, by comparing to the BRS leader KCR.
In terms of being able to move,
to stay afloat.
Yes.
Even
so,
during
Chandrababu Naidu, he did, from the Congress, he came to the Telugu Desam and subsequently became a minister, first a minister in the Congress as well.
Yes.
And then
in
became
1978.
Yes. And then he joined NT Ramarao, who was his father-in-law, and then we all know about the story of how he took over the Telugu Desam party in 95. But subsequently, what Chandrababu Naidu did was from 2004 to 2014, he was in fact in the wilderness, and you would have thought that possibly someone like him will be able to last that time. But he actually prepped for that entire period. He was a very active member of the opposition as well. And I think his bigger, more toughest place for Chandrababu Naidu was between 2014 and 2024. That is the time when, in fact, many fingers were raised on multiple cases against him. One of the ministers who's been sworn in, P. Nara, he is also someone who was named in cases, alleged land scam around the Amaravati. So multiple cases, and for a person of the stature of Chandrababu Naidu, who is celebrated not just in his own state. In fact, whenever I would travel to other states in in the south or elsewhere, people would say, you have this chief minister who is so forward-looking. I remember Tamil Nadu would do that as well. And for someone like that, it's the resilience that showed up, and his image of being pro-development, pro-economic reforms, that is something that he has used well, but he also realized that he needs to have that other agenda of being a people's person, and therefore he did not want to take any chances, and that's why he included the entire welfare agenda while promising development, investment and jobs as well. And those are going to be big challenges for him. They have said some 20 lakh jobs is what they'll create in the next 5 years. Those are challenges ahead. Now, of course, right away the wait will be for what are the ministries that he is going to allot to Nara Lokesh, to Pawan Kalyan and to the rest of his team. Back to you.
Thank you, Uma Sudhir, for joining us with those details, and also all our experts. So, big day for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu has taken oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. Pawan Kalyan, the actor-turned-politician and the head of Sena, has also taken oath after him. He's going to play an important role in the Andhra Assembly cabinet. And of course, Nara Lokesh, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, and also the General Secretary of TDP will also be part of the cabinet. Several ministers have been sworn in. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there, and there was a lot of camaraderie and also bonhomie between all the NDA allies, with many of them present at the oath-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. We will keep tracking that and all the headlines for you. But time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल.
From defense to
Welcome back. Politics continues in the city of Delhi over water crisis, the ongoing water crisis in the midst of a heat wave that's going on in the capital city. Allegations of flying are flying thick and fast as Delhi's water shortage intensifies and political row now sparked by it continues to escalate. On Tuesday, the BJP accused Delhi Water Minister Atishi of lying, and she in turn said that the BJP-ruled Haryana government was being dishonest about letting water in Delhi. Delhi LG VK Saxena, meanwhile, has also waded into the controversy, claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party was misrepresenting facts. In fact, this is Delhi Water Wars, and Aam Aadmi Party has promised action. Let's look at this. My colleague Gishika has more details on this.
As you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen, and while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal, and that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person Rohit is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now in fact, what Atishi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnivas sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is for over an hour that we are present here at this spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water, and here as well we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in less than 12 hours. But certainly we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when the water in fact they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
Moving on, the Inquiry Commission looking into alleged irregularities in the power sector during the previous Bharat Rashtra Samiti government's tenure in Telangana has issued notices to former Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and several others, and has sought their responses as part of its ongoing probe.
He has been asked to reply by the 15th of June, but he has sought time till the 30th of July, which maybe make it tough for the commission because their term is in fact expiring before that. But what I must point out is that for the first time, the former Chief Minister being called in by this probe panel at a time when in fact the phone tapping issue also is something that is indicating some political hand in the BRS there as well. So three things here. One, they are talking about the power purchase agreement with Chhattisgarh, saying that no tenders were issued when the power purchase agreement was entered into with Chhattisgarh that cost 1,362 crore rupees. That the cost of 1 megawatt of power was 9.7 crores, whereas Jharkhand at the same time had got it for 5.5 crore rupees, and therefore irregularity being alleged here. The second part of it is the building of the Dadri thermal power plant and the Bhadradri thermal power plant, and in both of those there is allegation once again of irregularities, saying that subcritical technology was used, which has all caused a loss to the exchequer. The numbers that are being spoken about, the cost is about 4,700 crore rupees in the case of one of the Yadadri project, and 9,700 rupees in the case of the 9,300 crore rupees, I beg your pardon, in the case of the Bhadradri unit. And already the officials who were involved in this have been called by the commission for questioning. That includes Prabhakar Rao, who was quite a high profile person who headed the GENCO, and he has been called in for questioning. Also the Energy Secretary, former Chief Secretary S.K. Joshi, as well as Mr. Arvind Kumar, all of them already been called in for questioning. And the Chief Minister himself, after placing a white paper on the power sector on the floor of the Assembly, had spoken about irregularities and scandals, and that would require probing, and he was waiting for the election process to get over to once again step up the heat on these inquiries that he is going to be carrying out in this particular case. This comes in fact at a time when the Congress government in fact itself is facing criticism for power cuts and so on, and he's pointing fingers at the kind of debt that the previous government had left for him in the power sector. He says not just accumulated losses of more than 60,000 crore rupees, but also debt of more than 80,000 crore rupees in the power sector.
Moving on, World Bank has raised India's GDP prediction. It's been revised to 6.6% now. My colleague from NDTV, Prophet Vishwanath Nair, has more details on this.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. But despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government, and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the Indian economy continues to remain within the RBI's tolerance band of 4% or plus and minus 2%. So that these are factors that are helping India's growth story. Alongside that, of course, the trade deficit has been narrowing across the South Asian region, specifically in India. Overall, in the South Asian region, inflation has remained elevated, except in India, where that inflation number remains within the tolerance band. But going ahead, this is likely to remain within range, remain range bound, and for the broader economy, it is likely to continue at a level which is acceptable for the RBI. Now, what the World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report is also suggesting is that for the first time in 3 years globally, you're likely to see growth stabilizing, because remember, for the last couple of years that growth has been sliding even after COVID, even after the COVID pandemic ended. So those are some green shoots that are showing up on a global scale, but of course for the India story, things are looking really, really good.
Moving on, India has a new Army Chief. Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi has been appointed the new Army Chief of India. Lieutenant General Dwivedi is to replace General Manoj Pandey. He will take charge as the Army Chief on June 30th. One of the world's largest armies is set to get a new chief, with the government announcing that Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi will take over as the Chief of Army Staff from General Manoj Pandey on the 30th of June. Lieutenant General Dwivedi, who has been decorated with several medals and of course several decorations, is currently the Vice Chief of Army Staff and will take charge on the afternoon of 30th of June, the day General Pandey demits office. He was born in 1964. Lieutenant General Dwivedi was commissioned into the Jammu and Kashmir Rifles, an infantry regiment of the Indian Army, on the 15th of December 1984. In his 40 years of service, he has held a wide variety of roles and responsibilities. His command appointments include Commandment of Regiment 18 J&K Rifles, Assam Rifles. He's been the DIG Assam Rifles and several other responsibilities. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is,
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A star-studded oath ceremony for Chandrababu Naidu as he's sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Sena Chief and Alliance partner Pawan Kalyan also sworn in. So it's a fourth term for Chandrababu Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Prime Minister, as you can see there, also on stage and attending the oath-taking ceremony. 24 ministers take oath today. So TDP National President Chandrababu Naidu there, having taken oath once again for a fourth time as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. TDP, BJP, part of this government. There you can see his son as well, who took oath today. Nara Lokesh, who has been credited with the victory, given his long Pad Yatra that he took out, as well as getting a membership drive for the TDP. Home Minister Amit Shah is also there to attend the oath-taking ceremony. In fact, today there are two oath-taking ceremonies. Chandrababu Naidu, as well as the Chief Minister of Odisha, will be taking oath. This is the fourth time that Chandrababu Naidu is taking oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Along with him, 24 members of his cabinet also took oath. As we mentioned, Prime Minister was there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah,
BJP Chief and Health Minister JP Nadda attended the grand event that took place on the outskirts of Vijayawada. Several top celebrities were also there, and you could see that Prime Minister congratulating Mr. Naidu after he took oath with a hug. Besides Mr. Naidu, Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan also took oath, and he is likely to be the Deputy Chief Minister. That's what NDTV has heard from its sources, though those will be announced later, the portfolios and who will be in what position. Sena and NDA Ally won 21 seats in the Assembly polls. Nara Lokesh, Mr. Naidu's son, as we said, also expected to hold an important portfolio in the Andhra government, and he too took oath along with 22 others. Now, TDP is also, as we have been reporting, also one of those who helped the BJP form government, part of the NDA government at the centre as well. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Uma Sudhir. And Uma, so for a fourth time, Chandrababu Naidu back as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. This time, alliance partners, you have Pawan Kalyan, who too took oath, and the speculation is that he could be the Deputy Chief Minister.
Yes, indeed. Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 will be hoping that the double-engine Sarkar, as it is often called, with an NDA government in the state as well as the NDA government at the centre, will help Andhra Pradesh, and he will be able to justify the responsibility that the huge mandate that the people of Andhra Pradesh have delivered for the NDA. As you mentioned, they have won 164 out of the 175 assembly seats and 21 out of the 25 Lok Sabha seats the NDA has won. And the show that we saw today with the Prime Minister, with Mr. Amit Shah, with JP Nadda, all senior leaders, and also a star-studded event with Rajnikant, Ram Charan, and the Konidala family, Chiranjeevi, and others. Of course, they were certainly there also to support their brother Pawan Kalyan, his brother Pawan Kalyan, with who Pawan Kalyan and Chiranjeevi also posed for that photograph with Prime Minister Modi, someone who the Prime Minister seems to be very fond of as well, and he called him ye Pawan nahi Andhi hai. That's what he said during the meeting in Delhi. And Pawan Kalyan also endearing himself in a sense to the Prime Minister, because he's someone who's seen as making this alliance happen despite the kind of reluctance that the BJP had towards Telugu Desam just a couple of months ago, and yet he made the alliance happen, and they have come to this kind of numbers, and which has actually served the BJP also in very good stead, because this number falling short could have been trouble as well. So therefore, now with the NDA in good numbers, Chandrababu Naidu has three main agendas. You were mentioning the team that Chandrababu Naidu has picked and the order in which it had happened. Konidala, Pawan Kalyan expected to be the Deputy Chief Minister, and next to him is Nara Lokesh, someone who is certainly second in the pecking order in the Telugu Desam, but will certainly play a younger brother role to Pawan Kalyan as far as the government in Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Yes, the caste equations,
said, it's Chandrababu Naidu 4.0. Uma, as you said, it's Chandrababu Naidu 4.0. So what are going to be his key priorities? We do know Amaravati, the capital that he'd envisioned, is definitely going to be one of those. So tell us more about what you're hearing. What will be the key priorities of his new government?
Chandrababu Naidu himself has spelled out what his priorities are going to be, and he has said that the top priority certainly is building of Amaravati as that capital that he had proposed in his first term as Chief Minister of the bifurcated state of Andhra Pradesh. If at that time we spoke about huge challenges, financial challenges, Chandrababu Naidu had, in a sense, should I say, set the ball rolling with the investments tied in, with the plans, with the master plans made, and by the time he was voted out in 2019, 15,000 crore rupees had been spent on it. There was infrastructure that had developed, the roads that are there. Like our ground report from our reporter Aishwarya had indicated, it had turned into a ghost city. But once again, action on Amaravati started even before the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. JCBs were brought in to clear the ground and to start the work at war pace. That's what it is. So first priority is certainly Amaravati. The big mandate that they have received will help them to once again bring in private investment as well into Amaravati. They know that government funds alone are not going to be enough to build such a huge capital, whether it's the state funds or the central government funds, and therefore private investment is going to be big there. Second one is going to be Polavaram getting a national project status. That is something that the farmers of Andhra Pradesh have been waiting for the longest period of time, and therefore the completion of that project will also help in the economic prosperity of of the entire state, in fact, and that is a very fertile belt of the country itself, and something that can help the agricultural sector. The third one is going to be the welfare, because remember, Chandrababu Naidu did not want to take any chances, and the manifesto that he put forth had Jagan's welfare agenda plus investment plus jobs plus industry. All that is a plus, and therefore he has to also fulfill what Jagan Reddy had promised and what he had in fact upped actually a notch or two, if not more, and that is also something that he needs to deliver, while saying that industry and jobs, 20 lakh jobs in 5 years is what he has promised, and therefore he has to set the ball rolling on it. Someone who came with the legacy of having built the IT, Hyderabad as that IT capital, and putting it on the world map of IT, now would like to leave a legacy of Amaravati and giving that new life once again to Andhra Pradesh, which is in a bad state financially speaking, and therefore I expect that politically things are going to be very smooth both at the centre and the state as far as the ally Telugu Desam is concerned, for sure, because even though Chandrababu Naidu, as opposed to the NDA at the centre, NDA in Chandrababu Naidu's land, he has full majority. He actually doesn't require any ally, but he certainly needs the friendship and the support of the centre, and therefore he's not going to rock any boats. I would think one of the reasons why he did not bargain really or push hard for more ministries is also because he was more keen on the administrative and the financial support that he can get from the centre, not the special package, perhaps the issue on which he left the NDA in 2018, but certainly something that is going to take Andhra Pradesh forward.
Right, Uma, interesting you say that, because here in Delhi circles, one of the speculation is the reason a speaker has not been announced yet for the Lok Sabha is because that was a post that TDP was very keen on, and therefore, those talks are ongoing, and perhaps soon, and the BJP is not going to give up on that speaker's position. So I think after this, they were waiting for the swearing in to get over, and after that, the announcement will come. But, I remember as a young reporter, this image of Chandrababu Naidu as the technocrat CEO of Andhra Pradesh. Later, he felt, and he said this in interview, that perhaps that worked against him, in terms of the image of being aloof from the, as you spoke about the agricultural issues of Andhra Pradesh, of the Janta of Andhra Pradesh. So this time around, perhaps he'll do it differently. As you said, a lot of focus on what's going to be his legacy. Also with, 24 having taken oath today. Tell us about other concerns that would have been kept in mind, regional, caste, as well as groups.
Okay, Chandrababu Naidu in his earlier terms is going to be different from Chandrababu Naidu 4.0 from 2024 onwards. Yes, he has learnt his lessons from the earlier terms as Chief Minister. Yes, it was very fancy and it made the headlines when he was called the CEO of Andhra Pradesh, but he was accused of neglecting the rural sector at that time. And remember, YS Jagan Reddy, who went on that Padyatra across Andhra Pradesh, promised free power. He reached out to the farmers of Andhra Pradesh, and that is where the mandate of the Congress in 2004 came from. And Andhra Pradesh, as you know, contributed hugely to the UPA coming to power at the centre as well in 2004 itself. And 2009 was no different a story. Staying 10 years in the political wilderness and then coming back to power in 2014, Naidu used not just his experience as someone who has built a brand for Hyderabad, and at that time he promised people that Andhra Pradesh is going to be once again that dream project that I'm going to take it up, and that's one of the big reasons why, despite a very small vote difference between Jagan Reddy's YSRCP and the TDP, that was also an NDA with the BJP and the TDP fighting that election together, Chandrababu Naidu managed to do that. But this time round, he is not making any such mistake. mistakes. Even when he has declared that Amaravati is going to be that capital, he doesn't want to disappoint people in Visakhapatnam, and yesterday itself he has made that statement saying that the Visakhapatnam will be developed as the financial economic capital of the state, and Rayalaseema, which was considered as the strength of the Congress earlier erstwhile, and then YSRCP, that has also been rewarded. In fact, Kurnool and Anantapur are getting 3 ministers each, which is not the case, say, in Chittoor district, which is Chandrababu Naidu's own district, where only there is one person, Chandrababu Naidu, and of course his son has one from Mangalgiri, and therefore being in the ministry as well. But caste equations, 3 Reddys in his cabinet, because Reddy is a community that you cannot ignore in Andhra Pradesh. They are politically very influential. There are 5 Kamas, including the Chief Minister. There are 4 Kapus as well. Backward classes also, the BC community also represented well there with 7 numbers. There is 2 SC people have been given the birth, Mala and Madiga, and there's an ST representative as well. Women are 3 in number. There is also a minority minister in Mohammad Farooq who has been taken in. And yes, remember that there is a BJP minister in this particular cabinet, Satya Kumar Yadav, and he is someone who was very visible in his criticism of the YSRCP and taking on someone like that. And he's a core BJP person, someone who is identified as a BJP person, and someone who even worked with Venkaiah Naidu as his PS. And therefore, I would reckon that he would have the kind of contacts and the kind of networking that we know Mr. Venkaiah Naidu to have. And having been his PS, he would have also a similar kind of a network, I would reckon. And that may also be brought into play when you have to interact with different people. Of course, 3 people from the Jana Sena, that includes Pawan Kalyan, Nadendra Manohar, and also a 3rd person, which also is again is a balance of equations that the Jana Sena needs to do. For Chandrababu Naidu, it's important to keep Pawan Kalyan within his camp also, because the opposition at this point is a little weak. You have only 11 MLAs that Jagan Reddy has, and there is a political space in the opposition. And if the Jana Sena and the Pawan Kalyan want to grow, they need to also try and take that space. So I don't expect that to happen in a hurry. Right now, their task and their goal will really to be able to deliver on the expectations of the people of Andhra Pradesh, keep it stable, because their single point agenda had been to remove YSRCP and Jagan Reddy, and possibly in the 3rd or 4th year we may start seeing that kind of political distancing that may happen between Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan, if he does want to occupy that political space, which as of now is looking a little weak in Andhra Pradesh. Back to you.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us there. And Uma has, of course, covered the many avatars of Chandrababu Naidu, and now Chandrababu 4.0, having taken oath as Chief Minister once again of Andhra Pradesh. Well, moving on to news now that's coming in from Karnataka involving the murder case in which popular Kannada actor, leading man Darshan Thogudeepa was arrested yesterday in connection with this particular murder of a man who allegedly sent obscene text to his partner, and she too was questioned. In fact, 13 people in all were arrested in this case, including Darshan and the actress as well. Now, this case involves the murder of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, whose body was found in Bengaluru on the 9th of June. He worked for a pharmacy company and had allegedly posted obscene messages on social media on Pavitra Gowda, who is Darshan's partner. And this has been quite a sensational case. There you can see some CCTV footage that also shows the body being dumped and the vehicle that was carrying the body as well. Remember, the body was found in a nala. And it's been a case that has really created a sensation in Sandalwood, that's the film industry of Karnataka. Now, the latest developments are that the 4 accused have been taken from the police station to the spot where the body was dumped, where it was found, apparently discovered by a night watchman. And they're going to conduct, recreate the crime scene, as it were, and ask the accused about it. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. So, Pratibha, 4 of the accused in this entire murder plot, details of which, are still emerging, but have been taken to the spot where the body was dumped. We do know there's that CCTV footage of the night where a vehicle can be seen, and this allegedly is the vehicle in which the body was carried and then dumped.
So there are two things to this. One is that the body or the person was assaulted at a different place and the body was dumped at a different place. So both of these spots now gain a lot of importance because all of the accused, around more than 10 of them who are in the police net right now, will have to be brought in groups to both of these scenes of crime to find out how they could recreate the crime scene and find out if the statements would corroborate circumstantial evidences that are found there. Now, this is part of the routine because the police have around 6 days of custody with respect to Darshan as well as the others, and these 6 days become extremely crucial for the police to gather every evidence possible to find out how this case could be reached, reach its logical end. And that is how they are working on this. With 6 days in hand, statements, interrogation, as well as spot inquest become part of the routine. All eyes are also on the kind of details that could emerge with respect to intense interrogation of Darshan, because we are talking of an actor who's not new to controversies. We are talking of something that is extremely serious, like a murder case here, and his involvement, whether he was there at the scene of crime or not, because we do see a CCTV, like you mentioned, we do see an SUV in the CCTV, like you mentioned, but then in this particular case, whether Darshan was inside the vehicle or not is yet to be determined as well as established. Back to you.
Right, and Pratibha, just for our viewers, this is quite, the reasons for this, the alleged reasons for this murder are also quite sensational, that it was to do with some obscene messages that were directed towards Parvati, that is being seen as the reason for this person having been called here and then murdered by a group of people. We still don't know what exactly. Pavitra, I beg your pardon, Pavitra Gowda, we don't know exactly what is the role of Darshan in this entire matter, whether he orchestrated it, was he directly involved. All this is not clear right now.
That's right. In fact, the body was found on June 9th, and this triggered the entire investigation by the police here, who rounded up around 10 people there. And based on the interrogations, actor Darshan's name cropped up. Now, most of them, at least around 60% or 70% of the people nabbed, all belong to Darshan's fan club. And that is how the link was established, and immediately the police tried to pick up actor Darshan for questioning. Another important link, like you mentioned, is the message that was exchanged between Renuka Swami, the deceased, and Pavitra Gowda, the person who actor Darshan seems to have been closely involved with. And these messages could have perhaps become the motive behind this crime, is something that needs to be investigated by the police at this point in time. And that is how the police zeroed in on actor Darshan yesterday in Mysuru, where he was picked up in the morning. Intense interrogation was on, and by evening they recorded the arrest, produced him before the magistrate along with his touted girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. Now, both of them are going to be interrogated, continue to be interrogated today to find out if these details could be corroborated as well as established in order to find out the motive behind this crime. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, we're seeing visuals now coming of the spot where the accused have been taken. This is where the body was also found in a nala there, discovered, I think, due to some stray dogs in the area, and a watchman who is the one who actually discovered the body. We also know, Pratibha, that the deceased, the Renuka Swami, he is the only son of his parents. He has a young wife who is pregnant as well. So, what has the reaction in the public been to this? We know that Darshan is a very popular star, and the Kannada film industry itself, there's a lot of obsession around the stars there. So what has the general reaction been to the fact that that he has been accused of this murder, or accused to be involved in the entire plot to murder this man?
Well, to give you an idea of the fandom that Darshan enjoys here, more than a decade ago, Darshan was put behind bars based on a complaint that was filed by his wife. And the charges were revolving around wife beating at that point in time. And though this case was settled, they arrived at an out-of-court settlement and everything was fine. But he did spend several nights in jail. It was the same year that one of his movies released and it became a blockbuster. And So that gives you a fair idea of the fandom that Darshan enjoys here. He ranks at least in the top 5 of the top actors here in Karnataka. As far as the Kannada film industry goes, he started his career with soap operas and then entered the film industry. Over 50 films in his kitty there. And he's also not a man who's new to controversies there. There was a time when he was also involved in an altercation with a waiter, which was blown out of proportion at that point in time. Also another case which involved an altercation with another producer. So Darshan is both an on-screen personality as well as an off-screen very rough man. Is how he's portrayed to be. And this time around, of course, a murder case that Darshan has been charged with has definitely sent shockwaves along the film fraternity as well as the fan association. What was also interesting is that yesterday, when Darshan's interrogation was on at the Annapurneshwari police station here in Bengaluru, most of them were gathered there, and it was raining quite heavily. They were braving the rains and standing there just to express their solidarity for Darshan. Slogans of "Come back, Darshan, come back, we are here for you." These were the slogans that were echoing right outside the police station ever since he was there, lodged at that police station yesterday for interrogation. So that's the kind of scenario that you witness here in Karnataka. On one hand, you have people who are expressing shock. On the other, you have people who are expressing solidarity as well.
That's right. Yesterday we spoke to some actors from the film industry who expressed their shock and also their hope that Darshan would come out of this entire matter. And they said, hope there will be more clarity and, their disbelief of him being involved in a murder like this. But Pratibha, for viewers, just take us through, all the developments. This murder took place on the 8th of June. The body was discovered on the 9th. We do know that around 13 people, I think in all, have been arrested. And it is the questioning that led the police to the actor, Darshan.
Yes, it all started on 9th of June when a security guard discovered the body next to an apartment here in Bengaluru, and it was in quite a dilapidated condition because we're talking of dogs that were feeding on this body. And immediately he alerted the police, and the police then traced the CCTV footage to identify the deceased here. And that is how they could identify the body of Renuka Swami, a 33-year-old hailing from Chitradurga, running a medical shop there. How did he really come to Bengaluru? What was the reason is yet to be established. And number two, while rounding up the people who were involved in this, they did arrest around 10 of them. And upon questioning them, actor Darshan's name cropped up. Added to that, there were also these social media posts of Renuka Swami where lewd messages directed at Pavitra Gowda was also present. And this is how the police narrowed down on actor Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda. Yesterday, it was only when the arrest of actor Darshan was recorded that the entire news came to light. And right since morning, the interrogation has been on. First, details should emerge after the interrogation, but based on the statements that would come out of Darshan's stable. And we will also find out what kind of evidences would be gathered by the police to find out if this motive was actually the truth, and if the scene of crime also involved actor Darshan's presence. All of these still remain unanswered. The hows and whens are yet to be answered by the police.
All right, so we're bringing you the latest developments in this murder case in which Kannada actor Darshan has been linked to. A total 13 people have been arrested, and now 4 of those arrested people taken to the spot where the body of this man was found, the 33-year-old Renuka Swami. And the reason for his murder is said to be that he had sent obscene texts and also made some social media posts on actor Pavitra Gowda, who is the partner of Darshan. And as we said, 13 people in all have been arrested, and interrogation of those initially arrested had led the police to Darshan. Pratibha, what more do we know about the other people who have been arrested, and how did the police get to them also, if you could take us through that?
Well, it was only based on the CCTV footage that worked as one of the most crucial pieces of evidence for the police. and they traced Renuka Swami's movements back and found out that it was at a shed in R.R. Nagar that he could have perhaps been assaulted, and then his body was taken to the other place in Kamakshi Palya, where his body was found near an apartment, and it was dumped right there. And it was at around 2 or 3 a.m. Where they see an SUV heading out of the shed, which could perhaps be the SUV belonging to Actor Darshan. So these were the things that that the evidences that were gathered by the police that led them to narrow down on the 10 people who were seen in some of the CCTV footage in and around as they were tracing the movement of Renuka Swami back. And as the arrest of those 10 people happened, they realized that most of them belonged to the fan associations of Actor Darshan. And that is how they zeroed in on Actor Darshan based on the interrogation as well as the answers that were elicited upon questioning these 10. And now they have arrived at Actor Darshan along with the 10 others as well as Pavitra Gowda, who are being interrogated, and some of them who have been taken to the scene of crime to find out if circumstantial evidences as well as their statements could be corroborated together. And in this also will follow the procedure in terms of the court procedure, because they have 6 days in hand. What would be Actor Darshan, the lawyer's move, is also something to be closely watched at this point in time. All of the legal procedures as well as the investigative procedures are going hand in hand at this point in time as we talk. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us there. So we'll continue to track all these developments taking place in this sensational murder case involving a 33-year-old, as Pratibha was telling us, who was allegedly the reason behind his murder were his obscene messages and posts regarding actress Pavitra Gowda, who is the partner of Darshan Thogudeepa, who was arrested yesterday from his farmhouse in Mysuru. Now, 4 of the accused have been taken to the spot where the body was dumped. Remember, CCTV footage, as Pratibha was telling us, played a key role in tracking down those responsible for the murder. With that, we'll slip into a short break. A lot more coming up on the other side. A look at Delhi's water crisis, all the latest developments. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator or फीफा गेम। और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन। मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप।
Welcome back. Now, a significant development that we reported right here on NDTV. The UGC has taken a decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year in January and February, and then in July and August. This will be from the next academic year. What the UGC has said, that biannual university admissions will help students maintain motivation since they don't have to wait a full year to be admitted, and this will also help universities who plan to do these biennial admissions, that they can do the academic planning and resource planning accordingly. In fact, we spoke to Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, chairman of UGC.
Why this shift, and what is the rationale behind this move?
The current UGC regulations permit our universities and colleges to admit the students only once in an academic year. So typically in July, August, the admissions happen, and the academic year ends in May or June. But however, many students who miss the admission in July and August, they had to wait for one full year. So we wanted to see if biannual admissions are permitted in the universities, what will be the response of the students. So we first tried it in the online and distance mode education. Last year, we took a decision that in all the 80 universities which offer the online programs, let us permit the biannual admission also. And, for our surprise, we found that in July 2023, in the first cycle of the admission in the online programs, about 20 lakh students joined. And when we did the second cycle admission in January, nearly 500,000 students joined. If we did not offer them admission in January, they would have been forced to wait for next July for admission.
All right, moving on to news from Delhi and the water crisis. Now, the Supreme Court has asked the Delhi government to list action taken to control the wastage of water in the national capital, as the national capital suffers from this water shortage. Now, the Delhi government, which had moved the Supreme Court seeking directions to Haryana to release its share of water, has been told to file an affidavit on Thursday. Remember, the BJP has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by its own mishandling of resources, and also demanded answers from Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, the two ministers in charge. Atishi even addressed a press conference a short while ago, had addressed a press conference on this issue, where AAP counter-attacked by alleging that the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the city's share of water, despite claiming to do so. It has also fired shots at the Lieutenant Governor, who said not to do a blame game. So as we said, politics are continuing, and allegations of lying also, flying thick and fast. And this as the people of Delhi continue to suffer. The BJP yesterday accused the Delhi water minister of lying, and she in turn accused the Haryana government of not releasing the share of water. Well, let's go across to Ishika, who's been
mentioning that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen, and while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal, and that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person Rohit is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now, this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now in fact what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak canal that can be then be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now the Rajnivas sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is for over an hour that we are present here at this spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water, and here as well we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in less than 12 hours. But certainly we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when the water in fact they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
All right, moving on now to news from Jammu and Kashmir, where there's concern over multiple terror attacks. An encounter has taken place between terrorists, and a second Pakistani terrorist has been killed in Kathua, where a counter is on between terrorists and security forces in Doda after they attacked an army base late last night. 5 soldiers and a special police officer have been injured in this shootout. Now, what's worrying is that this is the third such incident in the last 3 days after terrorists had opened fire in Kathua, injuring a civilian, and at a bus carrying pilgrims in Riyasi, which killed 9 passengers, and that bus, I remember, had fallen into a gorge. Now, a CRPF Jawan has been killed and 6 security personnel were injured in 2 overnight encounters with terrorists in Kathua and Doda districts. So a second terrorist has now been killed in Kathua is the latest information coming in. Let's go across to Nazir. For more, Nazir, give us the latest.
Well, second militant has been killed in this operation, which started late yesterday evening. After, according to police, militants tried to, they barged into this village. They were asking for the drinking water from villagers. They raised the hue and cry, shut their doors and informed the police. And when police came, militant tried to lob a grenade which actually first exploded in his hand, and appears that the first militant killing happened because of his own grenade explosion. But the second militant was killed today after a shootout in which one CRPF Jawan was killed. In fact, militant also targeted a senior police officer. Their vehicle was also hit by bullets. And after killing up this militant, what we are hearing that a M4 US rifle has been recovered. Remember, all these foreign militants who come here are carrying these state-of-art weapons M4. Recent attack on the Yatris in Riyasi, M4 weapons were also, a rifle carbine was used by militants as well. Those cartridges were recovered from the site of the attack. And then there's another operation which is still going on in Doda, where 6 security force personnel, 5 army men and 1 SPO, they were injured in the attack on army base in Doda late last evening. Even as the operation is underway, but it appears militants have managed to escape, taking advantage of the mountainous region and the forest in the area. Badrwa Pathankot road has been closed, but the larger challenge is that the areas which were free from militancy for almost 2 decades have again become big challenge when it comes to the law and order, security and militancy in Jammu region. Jammu was free from militancy, but if we see from October 2024, only in Poonch Rajouri region, 39 army soldiers, including special forces personnel officers, have been killed. 20 civilians have also been killed in multiple attacks. And then the shadow of terror is now spreading to other areas, be it Kutwa or in Doda, which was free from militancy. And there have been reportedly multiple groups operating in these areas. So actually what is happening, the militants are trying to increase the cost of engagement for the security forces so that they are spread in different parts. After Galwan incident, it was army had to pull out troops from the Pir Panjal region, Poonch Rajouri area, and deploy them in the eastern Ladakh. But because of the attacks over the last 2 years, army had to redeploy one more brigade in the same area. So there are a security challenge and a very serious security challenge. The timing of these attacks is very, very important. Number one, it's not just a coincidence that 3 major incidents happened within 72 hours. It appears to be coordinated. Number 2, militants appear to have established their presence in different regions of the Jammu province, be it Pir Panjal region, Poonch Rajouri, Riyasi and Udhampur, or Doda, which is called the Chenab Valley region, or the Kutwa district, which is bordering the Punjab. It also shows that the infiltration is also taking place from the international border as well. So multiple challenge, complex situation at a time when everybody was talking about militancy has ended. We see militancy actually spreading to the areas which were free from militancy in Jammu areas. And the timing is crucial because all these attacks happened after the recent successful elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Now Election Commission is preparing for the holding assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. And also Amarnath Yatra is round the corner in the next few weeks. Yatra will start in Kashmir, and the security for the Yatra remains now biggest challenge.
That's right, Nazir. Very worrying for authorities, for the security as well, given 3 incidents, terror incidents in the last 3 days. And now, Nazir bringing us the latest development in the encounter. A second Pakistani terrorist has been killed in Kathua. Now, we saw the Andhra Chief Minister being sworn in earlier today, and now the new Odisha Chief Minister and the first BJP Chief Minister of Odisha, Mohan Majhi, will be sworn in at a grand swearing-in ceremony. There you can see him meeting with Naveen Patnaik, the former Chief Minister, someone who was in that role for 24 years till the BJP, BJP's victory over the BJD, the Biju Janata Dal, and now a new chief minister for the state of Odisha after 24 years. Majhi, a prominent tribal face, one of the names that was doing the rounds, was elected yesterday. The Prime Minister will be attending the swearing-in ceremony, which will take place this afternoon. Also, a balancing act. Two Deputy Chief Ministers have also been selected. KV Singh Deo, who belongs to an erstwhile royal family, and Parvati Parida. So keeping the women balance in mind, they will also be sworn in today with Mohan Majhi.
उड़ीसा लोगों का काम करने के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप से दायित्व लिया है और संकल्प भी लिया है। जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो मोदी गारंटी का जो बात बोले काम करने के लिए, और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों के मोदी गारंटी का जो काम उसको निश्चित रूप से अगला 5 साल में करके दिखाऊंगा और निश्चित रूप से उड़िया लोगों को न्याय दूंगा।
And NDTV's Saurabh also spoke to both the to-be deputy chief ministers.
Your priorities firstly as a woman deputy CM.
हम लोग यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लड़ाई लड़े थे। जब महिला मोर्चा की अध्यक्ष में थी तभी लड़े थे महिला सुरक्षा के लिए। यहाँ पे पहली बार हमारी सरकार आई है। जो सीएम जो पीएम आके यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री आके बोल के गए थे और उड़िया लोगों ने उनके ऊपर भरोसा करके बीजेपी को वोट दिए थे। प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक एक वादा को हम उड़िया लोगों के लिए काम पे लाएंगे, पूरा करेंगे। और जो बोले थे किसान के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, और जो श्री मंदिर को लेके प्रभु जगन्नाथ जी के लिए भी बोले थे, एक एक करके कल से काम शुरू होगा।
मैम, क्या आप उम्मीद रखे थे कि आप पहली बार जीते हैं और आप उप मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएंगे?
बिल्कुल नहीं, मैं तो एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता हूँ। पार्टी जो दायित्व देती है निभाते हैं। मैं पहली बार जीत के आई हूँ। मैंने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि इतने बड़े जिम्मेदारी पार्टी मुझे दे सकती है। मैं इसलिए आभार प्रकट करती हूँ मेरी शीर्ष नेतृत्व, मेरी सीएम पे और मेरी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मनमोहन सामल जी और धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी के ऊपर कि उन लोगों ने एक साधारण कार्यकर्ता को एक असाधारण जिम्मेदारी दी है। मैं जगन्नाथ जी के पास गुहारी करती हूँ, माँ मंगला के पास विनती करती हूँ कि ये जिम्मेदारी तुलाने के लिए मुझे शक्ति दे।
एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पार्वती परिदा, 6-time MLA, now you're a deputy chief minister. What are your priorities as this new BJP government takes over?
I would like to say one thing. You'll see governance. When we were in the alliance with Naveen Babu, at that point of time also, the BJP, the departments held by the BJP ministers delivered. And thereafter, governance came to a total standstill. It was only bureaucratic governance. Now you'll see the true governance in the literal sense.
And sir, this is a very careful calculation by the BJP. You have a tribal face as a chief minister. You have someone from Western Odisha, a royal, as a deputy chief minister, and you have a lady as a deputy chief minister. Clearly, you've addressed every aspiration.
See, the Bharatiya Janata Party looks into all aspects before taking on any decisions, and I must hand it to our central leadership, our parliamentary board, our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Defence Minister, Home Minister, who have looked into all these aspects and then taken a decision.
And the last question before I let you go, I know you've had a long day. This election has been about Odia pride. And while, you know, all these things that you mentioned are very important, delivering on these promises, Odia pride is something that perhaps this election has been known for. Do you think this is Mr. Naveen Patnaik's defeat, or do you think V.K. Pandian was largely responsible?
I wouldn't like to comment on that. We leave it for to the people to take their decision. They've given one mandate by going for a change of government, and they will give you the answers in the coming days.
And your priorities as Deputy Chief Minister?
We'll talk about all that after the oath.
Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir.
All right, moving on to some other news from Uttarakhand now, where an army cheetah chopper there landed in Chauras instead of Dehradun. The chopper was on its way from Joshimath to Dehradun but was forced to land here after technical problems. So it was an emergency landing in Chauras in Srinagar in Uttarakhand. The Indian Army's cheetah helicopter had to make this emergency landing. The helicopter, as he said, was going from Joshimath to Dehradun but developed some technical issues, and for security reasons it had to land at the stadium of the Chauras campus of Garhwal University. 2 cheetah helicopters had taken off from Dehradun but on the way back is when this technical problem was experienced and this emergency landing had to be made. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, what the World Bank said on India's development. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. India will remain the fastest growing major economy, recording a steady growth of 6.7% in the next 3 years, including the current financial year, is what the World Bank has said in its recently released report. Take a look.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. Despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the Indian economy continues to remain within the RBI's tolerance band of 4% or plus and minus 2%. So that these are factors that are helping India's growth story. Alongside that, of course, the trade deficit has been narrowing across the South Asian region, specifically in India. Overall, in the South Asian region, inflation has remained elevated, except in India, where that inflation number remains within the tolerance band. But going ahead, this is likely to remain within range, remain range bound, and for the broader economy, it is likely to continue at a level which is acceptable for the RBI. Now, what the World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report is also suggesting is that for the first time in 3 years globally, you're likely to see growth stabilizing, because remember, for the last couple of years, that growth has been sliding even after even after the COVID pandemic ended. So those are some green shoots that are showing up on a global scale. But of course, for the India story, things are looking really, really good.
All right, well, let's now take a look at if you're planning a holiday to Europe. Well, some bad news for you with the Schengen visa costs having been hiked. Let's go across to Divya for more.
That's right, Gargi. Well, in the peak of summer, if you're planning a trip to Europe, then be ready to shell out more money as traveling to Europe gets more expensive, as the Schengen visa fees has now been hiked by 12% in effect from Tuesday, that's the 11th of June, according to the European Commission, which means for adults, the Schengen visa will cost 90 euros from the earlier amount of 80 euros. That basically means you'll have to pay about 8,000 rupees from 7,200 earlier. The visa for children aged between 6 and 12 has now going to be costing about 45 euros instead of 40 euros. That was the price earlier. This is a little more than 4,000 rupees from 3,600 rupees. Now, while it continues to be free as far as children under the age of 6 is concerned, and the cost for a Schengen visa extension remains fixed, and that is going to be about 30 euros or 2,700 rupees. Every 3 years, this fee structure is assessed by the European Commission based on inflation and the growing salary of the civil workers. So those are the reasons why they have increased the visa fees this time around. And the previous fee hike that we saw was back in February of 2020. The Schengen visa that time was increased from 60 euros to 80 euros. So that was a hike by almost 33% in comparison to a 12% hike that we're seeing this time around. Now, the European Commission has said that the fees are still relatively low in comparison to the cost of visa in other countries. We're talking about the United Kingdom. The visa cost over there is about 12,000 rupees. That's over 134 euros. In the United States, if you need a visa for the US, you'll have to shell out more than 16,000 rupees or 185 euros. And if you need to go to Australia, then your fee for that visa process would be about 10,000 rupees or about 117 euros. So that is the Schengen visa has now allowed the entry to, we do know it allows entry to the European countries for short stays, and that is a maximum of 90 days in any 180-day period. Anyone who wants to stay longer or wants to go for work would need to apply for a different visa from the country they want to visit. With that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Lots more coming up.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogue सुन.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In the sensational Renuka Swamy murder case in Karnataka, the cops have recreated the murder scene where the body was dumped. 4 accused have been taken from the police custody to the spot for questioning. However, the actor Darshan, who has been alleged of the crime, has not been taken to the spot. J&K encounter a second terrorist killed in Kathua after a CRPF Jawan was killed this morning in a terror attack. Now 3 days and 3 terror attacks are being reported from Jammu and Kashmir. This is after Kathua. We also had an army base in Doda district that was attacked. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, the fourth term for Chandrababu Naidu as the Chief Minister of the state. Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan, part of the Naidu cabinet. It was the Prime Minister as well as senior leaders of the BJP from Amit Shah to JP Nadda, all there in the presence of Chandrababu Naidu in order to mark the swearing-in ceremony. And there, of course, also attended by Nara, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, and Pawan Kalyan. And after Andhra Pradesh, it will be the turn of Odisha's Chief Minister to take oath. Mohan Maji will be the Chief Minister at 4:55 p.m. this evening, along with 2 Deputy Chief Ministers who will be taking oath. Arunachal Pradesh swearing-in is expected tomorrow, and that is Pima Khandu, who will continue as the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh. And as far as the water crisis in the national capital is concerned, now the Supreme Court has stepped in saying tough questions being raised as far as the Delhi government is concerned, asking what really has been done as against the tanker mafia. And of course, NDTV gets you a ground report from the canal that is the lifeline for the water supply to Delhi. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. Let's get to your top story, and that is revolving around actor Darshan in Karnataka. This is in the murder case of Renuka Swamy, the 33-year-old who was murdered, and his body was found on the 9th of this month. The Karnataka police today visited the alleged crime spot where the body was dumped. The police took 4 of the accused to that very spot in order to recreate the scene. However, the actor was not taken to the spot. He was not amongst the 4 accused that have now been taken in order to recreate the scene. The police are looking for clues to find the real killer. The popular Kannada actor was arrested yesterday and sent to 6 days of police custody. 13 people in all have been arrested so far in the case involving the murder of the 33-year-old Renuka Swamy. His wife is said to be 5 months pregnant, and it was just weeks away from celebrating her first year anniversary. Darshan and his actor friend Pavitra Gowda, as per details revealed by the police, the victim allegedly sent obscene texts to the actor. Apparently, Renuka Swamy was a fan of the actor, and there were obscene texts that were sent to his co-star. Renuka Swamy worked for a pharmacy company, and his body was found in Bengaluru. It was dumped in that area, and that's where the accused have been taken. 4 of them have been taken out of the 13 in order to recreate the scene. My colleague Pratibha joining us to get us more on that. Pratibha, take us through amongst the 13 people who have been taken into custody in regard to the murder of Renuka Swamy. It includes the actor, and does it really include the co-star or the wife of the actor?
Well, it includes the co-star Pavitra Gowda. In fact, just recently, Pavitra Gowda had even posted a reel talking about a decade of relationship that she shares with actor Darshan. So both of them have been extremely close as well as intimate, is what the film industry sources tell us. And actor Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda have been arrested by the police along with 10 others. In fact, 4 of them were brought in here for a spot inquest. This is the scene of crime that you see. This is exactly where the body of Renuka Swamy was found, a 33-year-old from Chitradurga. What the police sources reveal is that he seems to have posted messages, lewd messages on social media, which were in bad taste, and these were directly targeting Pavitra Gowda, talking about the relationship that she shares with Darshan as well, which perhaps could not have gone down well with the Darshan as well as the fan association members there. Could this have possibly been the motive behind this crime is something that the police is investigating at this point in time. 4 accused were brought in here for a spot inquest. Actor Darshan was not here, but then a whole lot of people had crowded around this place. A lot of them fans of actor Darshan, trying to see if Darshan would arrive here as well for the spot marcher that is part of the protocol of the police. But that has not been scheduled yet with actor Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda, is what we hear from police sources. But as of now, with this spot inquest that was done with the 4 accused, we believe that the police would be piecing together the circumstantial evidence as well as the statements that have been recorded by each of those accused persons there. What is extremely crucial to this case is actor Darshan's as well as Pavitra Gowda's statement, because the police have been investigating as well as examining the CCTV footage. What they have come to the conclusion is that the assault of Renuka Swami happened a little away and the body was dumped right at this place. It was on June 9th that the police discovered this body, and that led to a series of investigation that took them to 10 people who were detained, and upon interrogation it was actor Darshan's name that cropped up, and soon after, yesterday, actor Darshan was arrested there. Now we'll have to wait to see how the case would reach its logical end. First question is if Darshan was there at the scene of crime. 2 is whether this was motive enough for him to take that drastic step. Back to you.
Even though his name, like you mentioned, has been cropping up, but he hasn't been taken to the spot, and there were other people, there are 4 people in all who have been taken to the spot in order to recreate the scene. From initial speculation and initial reports, according to sources, is that Darshan was there at the time. It was a very brutal murder because there have been many injury marks that have been found on the body of Renuka Swami. He was missing from the 8th, that is when he was murdered. It was 2 days after that he wasn't found, is when the body on the 9th was recovered. It was dumped in that area. Take us through, how Darshan has not been, as far as controversy is concerned, he's been no stranger to controversy. Back in 2011, he was arrested over a domestic violence complaint that was filed by his wife. He'd, gone on to publicly apologize to his fans as well. And later in 2016 also, there was some sort of report of some objectionable behavior to the police.
Well, absolutely right. Actor Darshan is not a man who's new to controversies. In fact, like you pointed out, over a decade ago, yes, he did spend several nights in jail, mainly because of the complaint that was filed by his wife-beating charges that he was facing. But of course, they arrived at an out-of-court settlement, and soon after which there have been a number of cases where he did indulge in an altercation with the waiter, and soon after that, an altercation with the producer as well. And we are talking of Darshan, who enjoys enormous fandom here in Karnataka. Over 50 films in his kitty. Even today, there were massive fans who assembled here, trying to think that it would be actor Darshan who would be arriving here for the spot inquest as part of this routine procedure. So that is Darshan that we are talking of. And also the CCTV footage that have been examined by the police does actually see an SUV that arrived there as well as left that particular place. It could be the vehicle that belonged to Darshan, but was he inside the vehicle or not is yet to be determined there. So a lot of loose ends there which really needs to be investigated by the police at this point in time. The next few days becomes extremely crucial for the police to piece together every link possible to ensure that actor Darshan's involvement in this particular crime is actually justified or not.
Right, this really isn't the first brush with the law as far as reports that have suggested in the past as well. There have been reports that have been filed, but we will keep tracking this story, Pratibha. From what we are understanding right now is there was inappropriate messages. This Renuka Swami was a fan of the actor. He started to send these messages to Pavitra Gowda, his co-star and his very close friend. And now from what Pratibha is telling us, that there seems to be a relationship between the actor and his friend, and which is why when these inappropriate messages were received by the co-actor is when Darshan decided to take things in his own hands. What remains to be seen is whether he was really present there at the time of the incident which involved the murder of Renuka Swami. The whole scene is now being recreated, is what we're hearing from the police, and 4 of the accused out of the 13 who have been arrested in the case have been taken to the spot. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. that. Moving on now, a big crackdown as far as terror is concerned in Jammu and Kashmir. Security officials have gunned down another terrorist in Kathua. An encounter that broke out in the region on Tuesday after terrorists opened fire in the Saida Sukul village in Hiranagar. Now, on the other hand, the CRPF Jawan was critically injured in that firing by another terrorist holed up in the village, and officials have said that after he was shifted to the hospital, he did succumb to his injury. So, a CRPF Jawan has lost his life in that encounter. Do remember, this is the third encounter that's taken place, the third terror attack in a matter of just 3 days. There was another attack on an army base camp. This is in the Doda district, in which 6 people were injured. Prior to this, on Sunday, there was an attack on a bus that carried pilgrims to the Vaishno Devi shrine, in which 9 pilgrims lost their life and 33 others were injured. They were all on that bus on their way to Vaishno Devi when the terrorists opened fire. The bus fell into a gorge, which resulted in the death of 9 of the pilgrims. So the third attack that's being reported as far as Jammu region is concerned in a matter of just 3 days.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज़्यादा आतंकवादियों के छिपे होने की भी संभावना है।
सर, क्या ये रास्ता भटक गए थे कि ज़्यादा और थे, क्या ये उनसे भटक गए थे, बिछड़ गए थे, क्या मतलब?
ये अभी डिटेल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है।
छत्रकला की क्या?
छत्रकला में अभी रात को आपको जैसे पता है कि हमारा एक ऑपरेशन आर्मी, सीआरपीएफ, पुलिस सभी का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर उस इलाके में चल रहा था। तो उस जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के तहत जब टेररिस्ट एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ है तो उसमें उस इलाके को पूरा कॉर्डन में लिया गया। अभी ऑपरेशन वहाँ जारी है। वहाँ कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, वहाँ पर इंजरीज हुई हैं, लेकिन वो आउट ऑफ इंजरी।
तो यहाँ क्या समझा जाए, जो 2 आतंकी थे उनको मार
2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
Nazir joining us to get us more on it. Nazir, 2 terrorists are believed to have been killed. However, the fears are that there could be more terrorists involved, and which is why operations are still on.
Well, encounter is over, but searches are on because nobody exactly knows what was the number of militants who were there in this particular village called Saida in Hiranagar area of Kathua district. The incident started yesterday evening when, according to police, militants were going door to door for drinking water. Villagers were clearly scared. They shut their doors and they informed the police, and police rushed to the spot and there was an encounter. 1 militant was killed yesterday evening. It's a late evening itself, and there are reports he may have died because of a grenade exploded in his own hand when he tried to throw it. Early this morning, there was a fire by the hiding militants on the police and the security forces. Senior officers escaped unhurt after their vehicle was hit by bullets. But eventually, one CRPF Jawan was critically injured. He died later due to injuries. After the ensuing encounter, another militant was also killed, and both are believed to be Pakistanis. And the police have recovered M4 American carbine. This is a state-of-art weapon which clearly Pakistanis are using, and it is the same weapon which was used, same kind of weapon which was used in Riyasi attack on Sunday, where a Yatri bus was targeted. 9 people were killed and 33 others were injured. As we're talking about this, Kathua incident yesterday evening, late last night, there was another attack on army in Doda district. So 5 soldiers and 1 SPO was injured in that attack, but it appears attackers managed to escape given the topography of the area. So 3 attacks in 3 days. It tells us how infiltration is going on, because the Kathua area where the incident has taken place give credit to the local villagers who raised the hue and cry and ensure police reached the time, so militants could not plan a terror attack in that area. So that was actually foiled and both the militants have been killed, but there is still apprehension that there could be more militants who may have infiltrated very recently. But the Doda incident clearly shows that this group may have established their presence here for last few months, because there were already reports that large groups of militants were operating in that area. But this attack clearly shows in which particular area they are when they carried out attack on the army. This has raised a larger concern that the areas in Jammu region in large that was free from militancy has become the huge target of terror target over the last few years. It started from Rajouri and Poonch, where since October 2021, 39 soldiers were killed and 20 civilians were also killed, including the recent attack on the Yatris. Now terror is spreading its shadow. Its shadow is now on Kutwa, which is near Punjab border, and also the Doda region, which is also known as Chenab Valley region, because Chenab river flows through this area. So tough, kind of worrying situation, and the timing of this incident is also very important because it happened soon after the successful parliament elections in Jammu and Kashmir. New government was sworn in. In fact, the Riyasi attack on the Yatris happened exactly at the same time when Prime Minister and his cabinet was sworn in, and also now we see two more attacks happening when Amarnath Yatra is around the corner. It is going to start in next few weeks. Election Commission has said they will be holding assembly elections very soon before the Supreme Court deadline in September. So in next 2 months, it's expected that election will start, and the process has already been started. So it is a worrying trend while government was talking about finishing militancy in Jammu and Kashmir, militancy has actually spread to those areas, particularly in Jammu region, which were free from militancy for last 2 decades.
Right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details.
Nara Chandrababu Naidu ane nenu Pawan Kalyan ane nenu శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన.
And it's the return of the CEO, Chief Minister. We're talking about TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu taking oath as the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for the 4th time after his party scored a thumping win in the Assembly polls held alongside the general elections. 24 members of his cabinet also took oath. The Prime Minister was there in person for that swearing-in ceremony along with Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Minister, this is the Health Minister JP Nadda, Chirag Paswan and Buddy Sanjay Kumar was also there attending that grand event on the outskirts of Vijayawada. Well, the Prime Minister congratulated Chandrababu Naidu with a hug after he took that oath. Besides Mr. Naidu, Jana Pawan Kalyan took the oath as well and is likely to be the Deputy Chief Minister from what we are hearing. And NDA ally Jana Sena won 21 seats in the Assembly polls. Nara, the son of Chandrababu Naidu, also took oath along with 22 others. And now the new cabinet has 3 women ministers, 12 members from other categories. That's 8 backward class, 2 scheduled caste and 1 scheduled tribe and 1 Muslim. Do remember that Chandrababu Naidu's party contested the polls along with Pawan Kalyan's JSP and the BJP in the state as part of the NDA. The alliance achieved a landslide victory, bagging 164 out of the 175 seats in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. The TDP won 135 seats with the JSP and the BJP winning 21 and 8 seats respectively. And seen at the swearing-in ceremony, it was quite a star-studded affair. There were also stars from the film industry, including Rajnikant, Chiranjeevi, Ram Charan, Mohan Babu, all there for the swearing-in ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu. And from Andhra Pradesh, the Prime Minister is going to be in Odisha for the swearing-in ceremony of the new Chief Minister Mohan Maji, who will be sworn in today at 4:55 at the Janta Maidan in Bhubaneswar. He is a prominent tribal face and one of the names that was doing the rounds as the BJP's pick. He was elected as the legislative party leader of the BJP, after which he met the governor to stake claim. The Prime Minister will be there for that swearing-in ceremony, which is going to take place just a few minutes before 5 o'clock in the evening today. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers will also be sworn in. We're talking about KV Singh Dio, the erstwhile royal family. He belongs to the royal family. And then we also have Pravati Parida, who will also be sworn in today as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Odisha. Switching tracks to the national capital, and politics continues as far as Delhi is concerned over the water crisis. Allegations of lying are flying thick and fast as Delhi's water shortage and the political row sparked by it continues to escalate. The BJP accused the Delhi Water Minister Atashi of lying. She in turn said that the BJP-ruled Haryana government was being dishonest. The LG has also waded into a controversy, claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party has been misrepresenting funds.
Now, as you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen. And while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal. And that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person, Rohit, is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now, this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is, this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then, goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that, the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then, be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnava sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water, and here as well we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in less than 12 hours. But certainly we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when the water in fact they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on, 'India Ascends'.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on, 'India Ascends'.
'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Ascends'. 'India Asc
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India." We have grown and achieved so many.
Welcome back. Now, India will remain the fastest growing major economy, recording a steady growth of 6.7% in the next 3 years, including the current financial year. According to a World Bank report that was released on Tuesday, in India, the growth is estimated to have picked up to 8.2% in the fiscal year 2023-24, 1.9 percentage points higher than that was estimated in January. Also, global growth is projected to hold steady at 2.6% in 2024, before edging up to an average of 2.7% in 25-26. My colleague Vishwanath here has the details.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. But despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government, and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the Indian economy continues to remain within the RBI's tolerance band of 4% or plus and minus 2%. So that these are factors that are helping India's growth story. Alongside that, of course, the trade deficit has been narrowing across the South Asian region, specifically in India. Overall, in the South Asian region, inflation has remained elevated, except in India, where that inflation number remains within the tolerance band. But going ahead, this is likely to remain within range, remain range bound, and for the broader economy, it is likely to continue at a level which is acceptable for the RBI. Now, what the World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report is also suggesting is that for the first time in 3 years globally, you're likely to see growth stabilizing, because remember, for the last couple of years, that growth has been sliding even after even after the COVID pandemic ended. So those are some green shoots that are showing up on a global scale. But of course, for the India story, things are looking really, really good.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो कैश कैरी नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे फोन से इंस्टेंट एक QR स्कैन करके हम पेमेंट कर देते हैं. But द क्वेश्चन इज कि अगर आपके पास में आपका वॉलेट नहीं है और आप यूपीआई के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, लेट्स से यू डोंट गेट इंटरनेट सिग्नल एज वेल, समटाइम्स ऐसा होता है, और आपको अगर वहां पे यूपीआई से पेमेंट करना है, हाउ वुड यू डू इट? गाइस, द सिंपल आंसर इज कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी यूपीआई से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं इफ यू जस्ट फॉलो द फॉलोइंग इंस्ट्रक्शंस। सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#। जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे, *123#, *121#, फॉर ऑल आवर बैलेंस चेक इंक्वायरीज। तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं, उसके बाद यू कैन फॉलो द प्रॉम्प्ट्स और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका यूपीआई
Welcome back. Now, in a significant development in the UGC, that's taken a policy decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year. So they'll be allowed biannually. This is in January and February at the beginning of the year, and then again in the middle of the year between July and August from the next academic year. We spoke to Professor Jagdish Kumar, the chairman of UGC. He spoke to my colleague Maria. Let's listen in.
In a significant development, the University Grants Commission has taken a policy decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year, in January, February, and also in July, August, from the next academic year. And this biannual university admission, the UGC feels, will help students maintain motivation even if they are not able to get admission immediately. We are being joined by Professor Jagdish Kumar, UGC chairperson, to answer some questions. Professor Kumar, appreciate your time here on NDTV. Let me begin by asking you why this shift and what is the rationale behind this move?
The current UGC regulations permit our universities and colleges to admit the students only once in an academic year. So typically in July, August, the admissions happen, and the academic year ends in May or June. But however, many students who miss the admission in July and August, they had to wait for one full year. So we wanted to see if biannual admissions are permitted in the universities, what will be the response of the students? So we first tried it in the online and distance mode education. Last year, we took a decision that in all the 80 universities which offer the online programs, let us permit the biannual admission also. And, for our surprise, we found that in July 2023, in the first cycle of the admission in the online programs, about 20 lakh students joined. And when we did the second cycle admission in January, nearly 500,000 students joined. If we did not offer them admission in January, they would have been forced to wait for next July for admission.
Okay. And Professor Kumar, there are a lot of questions that are being asked by the students in particular, and so we here on NDTV decided to open the phone lines. Our first caller is Akshat from Hyderabad. Akshat, go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, I'm Akshat from Hyderabad. I just have one question. So with any new scheme in India, especially one at this level, there's always a fear of retaliation or the fear of students by and large not being able to adjust to it. So I kind of heard you say that you have tried this at a few places. So in the long run, do you see families, parents and students accepting this as a new model of admissions? Certainly it's good, but this fear of non-acceptance, how do you
Professor Jagdish Kumar, basically, let me rephrase it and ask this question. Did you take all the stakeholders on board, particularly students and their parents?
You see, biannual admissions is a global practice. In all global universities, admissions are done twice in a year. Only in our country, we admit the students only once. So what UGC has done, after seeing the response of the students in the online programs, we wanted to provide a similar option to the universities which are offering the programs in the physical mode. So this is not a mandatory requirement for the universities to offer biannually. Only those institutions which have the required infrastructure and the faculty members, if they decide to offer biannual admissions, This option is available.
Okay, so there is another caller we have, Professor Kumar. This is Arun Kumar from Coimbatore. Go ahead, Arun, ask your question.
Very good evening, sir. Hope everything is fine there. And my question to you is, based upon this new education policy, I would like to know how the states which are not implemented the new education policy will adopt, say, for example, a candidate doing or pursuing her final year based honors, and who is eligible for an doctorate immediate after that, and the state she wants to pursue her doctorate, will that be inconvenient for the candidate to pursue her doctorate?
Okay, sir. Okay, Professor Jagdish Kumar? Yes.
Yeah. You see, currently we conduct a UGC NET, which is required to get the junior research fellowship twice in a year. And since that, now we are permitting the universities biannual admission. PhD admissions can be easily done twice in a year. So it will be highly beneficial to the students.
Two Indians who were recruited by the Russian army have been killed in the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. Confirming this, the Foreign Ministry has said that the government has taken up the issue with Russia and asked that recruitment of Indians in the Russian army be stopped and all Indians currently with the Russian army be allowed to return. The ministry has also asked people to be cautious while taking up jobs in Russia. The Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Embassy in Moscow have strongly taken up the matter with the Russian ambassador in New Delhi and with the Russian authorities in Moscow respectively for early release and return of all Indian nationals who are with the Russian army, read a statement from the ministry. India has also demanded that there be a verified stop to any further recruitment for our nationals by the Russian army. Such activities would not be actually with our partnership. So they are, in fact, they put out that statement saying that this is not in agreement with their partnership. In March, after reports came of several Indians dying in war lured to Russia with promises of jobs, the Foreign Ministry said that they were trying to get the men back. And we have an understanding that something like 20 odd people are stuck, and we're trying our level best for their early discharge, is what the Foreign Ministry spokesperson had to say. In April, the ministry had said that 10 Indian nationals working as support staff with the Russian military had returned. Hunter Biden, the son of US President Joe Biden, was found guilty of federal gun charges and drug use in a historic criminal trial against a child of a sitting US president. The 54-year-old was convicted on 3 charges related to a handgun he purchased in 2018 when he was addicted to crack cocaine. The Yale-trained lawyer and lobbyist turned artist has been charged with falsely stating when buying a .38 caliber revolver in 2018 that he was not using drugs illegally. Hunter Biden did not take the stand during the one-week trial, which First Lady Jill Biden attended for several days. The president's son now awaits sentencing for the crimes, the maximum of which could be up to 25 years, while the felony charges against him are unprecedented and that the case is a culmination of a long history of a drug use-related accusation. First-time offender Hunter is unlikely to face jail time. Some experts believe that Biden Jr. will most likely be put on probation along with performing community service, since long and rigorous sentences are reserved for repeat offenders. Being a high-profile personality, that may result in a lenient sentence of over a year in a minimum security prison with few restrictions. Also, keeping such a high-profile offender in jail can prove to be a logistical nightmare for the Secret Service, whose protection of the 54-year-old gets as he is the United States president's son. One of the factors that helps him as far as Biden Jr.'s case is concerned for a lighter sentence is his apparent recovery from drug abuse. However, this did not lead to his lawyers getting any break during the trial. The US president had said that he would accept the case's outcome as Hunter considers an appeal, and after sentencing, Biden Jr. will have 30 days to appeal the verdict. However, the president of the United States has ruled out pardoning his son. Asked by reporters whether he would rule out pardoning Hunter Biden, the president has gone on to say yes, that he would not, in fact, rule out pardoning his son.
This case was about the illegal choices defendant made while in the throes of addiction, his choice to lie on a government form when he bought a gun, and the choice to then possess that gun. It was these choices and the combination of guns and drugs that made his conduct dangerous. Second, no one in this country is above the law. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, even this defendant. However, Hunter Biden should be no more accountable than any other citizen convicted of this same conduct.
And Palestinian health officials say at least 274 Palestinians, including dozens of women and children, were killed by the Israeli forces in a raid that took place at the urban Nusrat refugee camp that freed 4 hostages taken by Hamas on the 7th of October last year. Many of the dead arrived in the nearby Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, although some bodies were left lying in the streets, said Khalil al-Dagran, the spokesperson for the hospital. Al-Dagran has said that the dead were all hit by Israeli fire in the Nusrat refugee camp that took place on the weekend, and that dozens more were wounded. Palestinians in Gaza reacted to news on Tuesday that the UN Security Council approved its first resolution endorsing a ceasefire plan this has been aimed at ending the 8-month Israel-Hamas war. The US-sponsored resolution welcomes a ceasefire proposal announced by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, saying that Israel has accepted that proposal. It calls on Hamas, which initially said that it would view the proposal positively, to accept the 3-phase plan, an appropriate decision and at an appropriate time, because we need a ceasefire, because we do not want to lose more people and we are very tired, is what the displaced person from the Al-Maghazi who has 2 injured daughters and has lost a wife had to say. The resolution approved overwhelming, with the 14 of the 15 Security Council members voting in favor and Russia abstaining. Also calls on Israel and Hamas to fully implement its teams without delay and without condition. Whether Israel and Hamas agree to the 3-phase ceasefire plan remains in question, but the resolution's strong support in the United Nations' most powerful body puts added pressure on both. Israel cannot continue to kill with impunity, Jordan's foreign minister had to say this on Tuesday. Al-Safadi's remarks came as leaders from around the world gathered in Jordan for a high-profile aid conference organized for Gaza. Martin Griffiths, UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, said that the conference was simply one more nail in the coffin of those people who think continuing the fighting in Gaza. Following the completion of the conference, the foreign ministers of Jordan and Egypt held a joint presser along with Griffith. Now, the Egyptian Foreign Ministry has gone on to say that there was a high-level participation and international consensus regarding the necessity of ending military actions and aggression, as far as delivering aid and intensifying its entry into the Gaza Strip is concerned. Jordanian Foreign Minister has criticized this for the right actors within the Israeli government. We will not be dragged into the, as far as the regional conflict after that, the radicals in Israel want. We will not let them dictate as far as the agenda, because they want to dictate agenda, is what he had to say. Hamas said that one of its commanders in the occupied West Bank was killed in a clash with Israeli forces. In the statement that was released late on Monday, Hamas said that Mohammed Jabir Abdo was killed along with 3 other fighters in a village near Ramallah, where the Western-backed Palestinian Authority is headquartered. A joint statement by the Israeli army and the police earlier on Monday said that the undercover forces had tracked down a suspected wanted in an attempt. This was an attack on a nearby Jewish settlement. It said that the man was hiding in a compound with 3 other suspects, and the forces opened fire when they tried to run them over with a car and flee. It said that the weapons were found in the car. Violence was surged in the West Bank since the start of the war in Gaza, which was ignited by the Hamas's attack, which took place on the 7th of October in 2023 into southern Israel. Families of hostages held in Gaza protested on Tuesday outside a hotel in Tel Aviv, which hosted the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and briefly met with him. The protesters called on Blinken to preserve the Israeli government to accept a ceasefire deal and bring back all of its hostages. About 120 hostages remain in Gaza, with 43 pronounced dead, and after that, about half of them were released in a week-long ceasefire that took place in November. Now, Israel troops have recovered the bodies of at least 16, according to the government. Survivors including about 15 women, 2 children under the age of 5 and 2 men in their 80s. Blinken urged top Israeli officials on Monday to accept and implement a plan for post-war Gaza as he pushed for more international pressure on Hamas to agree to a ceasefire proposal newly endorsed by the UN Security Council. On his latest urgent mission to the Middle East, his 8th since the this is the Israel-Hamas war that began in October of last year, Blinken has met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as well as the Defense Minister after talks in Cairo with the Egyptian President to push for that proposal, which faces new uncertainty following Israel's hostage rescue operation that killed many Palestinians and the turmoil in Netanyahu's government. Sustained Russian attacks on Ukraine's power grid in recent weeks have forced the government to institute a nationwide rolling blackouts. In the capital of Kiev, generators littered the streets, buzzing loudly as businesses and residents continued their normal lives despite power outages. The Ukrainian president has also appealed for short-term help in repairing his country's electricity network and long-term investment in its energy system at a conference to build support for Ukraine's recovery from the destruction that's wreaked by the war. Ukrainian President Zelensky on Tuesday visited a military base in the northern part of Germany where Ukrainian troops were being trained to use Patriot missile systems. Germany is Ukraine's second biggest weapon supplier after the United States. Zelensky has been asking for more air support from Western allies, particularly since Russian airstrike on Ukrainian cities have intensified in recent weeks, starting a week of intense diplomacy that will also see him travel to the Group of 7 summit that's going to be taking place in Italy and a global peace summit in Switzerland. Zelensky renewed his calls for more help in repealing these missile attacks. Over 200 people registered to donate blood in Kiev city center on Tuesday as intense fighting against Russian troops continues in eastern Ukraine. The event, organized by the charity fund, this is Saloma Katz, that was held on the second floor of one of the city's most famous bookstores, Sense. Organizers said that they chose the location to attract as many people as possible and spread the word as far as the importance of blood donation for a country at war is concerned. Over the past year, Saloma Katz has organized several mass blood donation events with 63% of around 400 attendees being first-time donors. Even those who had donated previously said that they were motivated by the urgent need for blood on the front lines. Inspired by her beloved dog, Jennifer Aniston will soon become a children's author. The French star has signed a 4-book deal with HarperCollins Publishers and animation studio Invisible Studio for a series of works featuring the animated dog Clyde, based on the actor's own rescue pet, Clyde. The first book, Clyde, takes a bite out of life with illustrations by Bruno Jacob that's scheduled for release on the 1st of October this year. Clyde is already a favorite on social media with more than 100 million views across platforms since Aniston first posted about him on Instagram in 2021. Clyde takes a bite out of life, billed as a deliciously fun-filled journey of self-discovery and self-confidence, will tell of Clyde's discovery that he's a gifted cook. I could not be more thrilled to be taking Clyde and his stories to publishing, where he will hopefully inspire children and dog lovers alike with his adorable journey to find his true passion, is what Jennifer Aniston has gone on to say in a statement. Celine Dion is promising to return to performing in an exclusive NBC News one-on-one interview airing Tuesday. On today, the 56-year-old singer has gone on to say that I'm going to go back on stage even if I have to crawl, is what the singer has announced. Last year, she went on to talk about her stiff person syndrome, which causes spasms that affects her ability to talk, walk and sing. Now, Celine Dion talks about her hiding the truth of her condition in the early stages. The singer has gone on to explain that she didn't know what was happening to her and felt like she needed to be a hero for her children as her late husband was battling throat cancer at the time. Last year, the iconic star opened up about her stiff person syndrome that causes her spasms that affects her ability to walk and sing. And Dion is talking more about her rare neurological condition in her upcoming documentary titled I Am Celine. The film is set to release on the 25th on this month on Amazon Prime. Jude Law, Blake Lively, Lily Allen and Katie Holmes were among the stars who attended the 17th annual, this is the annual Chanel Tribeca Festival Artists Dinner at the Odeon in New York.
A festival I've admired from afar for so many years and been trying to come to, and to be here on this night it's a real New York occasion. I have my whole adult life felt at home in and with creative people, and that what I've learnt the older I've got is that the arts blend and merge and support each other, and more than ever, you know, that support is needed so that people can grow up in a world where they use their imagination and dream and think and learn, and so anything that champions that, and Mr. De Niro is a great champion of that, I'm a supporter of.
It feels really intuitive. It feels like there is such an inherent link between fine art and film and fashion. I feel like fashion is like walking art.
I think it's just the New York aspect of it all. There's something that feels so like grounded and earthy about Tribeca. It's just like truly about the arts and really celebrating indie filmmaking.
Jake Gyllenhaal stars in his first TV series in Presumed Innocent for Apple TV+. It's based on the novel by Scott Taro, which was adapted to a film in 1919 starring Harrison Ford. This version was written by David E. Kelly. Gyllenhaal plays a prosecutor accused of murder. His courtroom adversary is played by Peter Skarsgård, who also happens to be his brother-in-law in real life. Skarsgård is married to Gyllenhaal's older sister, Maggie. Presumed Innocent debuts today on Apple TV+.
It's fun acting stuff when you get to like play out, you know, we were in the room like, you know, in our, like the fight we had, you know, different fights we have.
Oh,
like,
the cross-examining him.
It's just fun, you know, you're like, and everyone was excited for it too, I think, you know, sort of like, let's see how Peter's gonna, you know, what's he gonna do today?
Where were you on the night of the 17th?
You know, it's just fun, you know, it's fun and definitely dark, but like we had a laugh session.
Yeah. No, I would say it was mostly we laughed together.
I like watching you when you're like, when he's like, you know, you move in and out as an actor. Like sometimes you're like really in it, sometimes you're doing your, and I just love sometimes when we were like when we were acting with each other, like acting. It was just funny. It's just like it's funny. It's just you know.
Yeah, when you just step for 1 second out and you look at it, you're
when
like,
I look across the room and he's in the scene, he's like looking at me like, and it's like, okay.
I got you. Yeah. Tone it down.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Welcome back. Now from the world of technology, Logistics Global CEO is on her first India tour. We caught up with her and had a little conversation regarding her experience and also about the future plans and the India story and a lot more. Listen in.
Hello and welcome from the technology programming team here at NDTV Network. This is Sharat Nair at NDTV.com and this is Hanika. Hello and welcome to India.
Thank you. It's always awesome to be here.
Before we continue, just give me a yes or no. Logitech built the first commercial mouse?
Yes.
This is years ago.
very many years ago. So in 2031, we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary. So if you do the math, 1981 is when we started.
Your background is basically all of FMCG products and everything. So how different is technology from companies like this?
There's a lot of similarities between Logitech and these big consumer goods companies. First of all, the focus on the consumer, the end user, is just as important for Logitech as it is when you're selling tea or shampoo. Second, the importance of branding. And third, the way we go to market, whether that's in the B2C retail channels, Amazon, or in B2B, also a lot of similarities.
Can I just bring up two things and I'll have to read them so that I don't get the date wrong. 3rd of December 2008, we got a news that Logitech has shipped its 1 billionth mouse. Secondly, during the pandemic, you guys had 80% surges, as much as 80% surges in demands. What do these two numbers mean to you?
Again, the mouse built this house. So that's our core product. And some people think that's an old product, that's a legacy product. It is still, one of our biggest products, and we're excited about computer mice. The pandemic, was a crazy time for Logitech. Yes, the business surged by a lot. In the 2 years after, the business has come back down, but we're still very significantly bigger than before COVID. And post-COVID, the period that we're living now, again, I think it's a great time for Logitech because there's 3 big tailwinds for our business that are more macro. The first one is hybrid work. Second tailwind is gaming. That market just continues to grow globally, but also here in India. And that's driven by more women gaming. Gaming used to be a boys thing.
No, also I'm a PC gamer myself, not into consoles.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And then finally, of course, AI is also a tailwind for us.
Specifically, when you look at the Indian market, who do you think you're fighting against?
The market is still fairly small in PC gaming, so
pretty nascent,
it's really up to us to grow the market. When you look at our what we call personal workspace, so the mice, the keyboards, the webcams, some of the big PC players are in there, and then in video conferencing, which is a very big category for us as well.
True.
Again, some of the big tech players are in there, but I'm proud to say that in 11 of the 13 segments that we're playing in, we're number 1 globally. What we do is design-led, software-enabled hardware. In every single one of our products, there's really smart software inside, and by the way, that is developed here in India. So we have a big engineering innovation center in Chennai where a lot of our global software is developed.
How big is Logitech's R&D department? Like how many people?
Yeah, so we spend about 6% of our sales on R&D, which is high.
Massive, yeah. Last question. What is Logitech's India story?
We're absolutely investing here. So we now have 450 software engineers in Chennai. And they are developing the all-important software for us, not just for India, but for the whole world, but obviously inspired and based in India. So India is very important to us. India is important to us as a market, and as I said, I think there's a lot more opportunity for growth. And then I love that India as a country is increasingly focused on sustainability. We are in the tech space, an absolute pioneer in sustainability, and I'd love to lead the way alongside India's governments and institutions.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. This is great. Really appreciate it.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
In sensational Karnataka Swamy murder case, cops recreate the scene where the body was dumped. 4 accused taken to the spot for questioning. Actor Darshan not among those to be taken to the spot. Jammu and Kashmir encounter, second terrorist killed in Kathua. CRPF Jawan was killed in a terror attack. 3 days, 3 terror incidents in the valley. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, 4th term for Chandrababu Naidu. Jana Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan, part of Naidu cabinet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, senior leaders, celebrities attend the swearing-in ceremony. After Andhra Pradesh, Odisha's first BJP government to take oath, Mohan Maji take oath as the Chief Minister. 2 deputies also to take oath with him. Arunachal swearing in tomorrow. Prema Khandu to continue as the Chief Minister. Supreme Court asked some tough questions to the government of Delhi on the water crisis. Top court says, what have you done against tanker mafia? NDTV ground report from Key Munakkanal as well. Trouble only mounting for Sandalwood actor Darshan in the Swamy murder case. The Karnataka police today visited the alleged crime spot where the body was dumped. The cops took 4 accused to the place of the crime and recreated the whole sequence. Darshan was not among the 4 accused. Cops are now looking for clues to find the real killers. The popular Kannada actor was arrested yesterday and sent to 6-day police custody. 13 people have been arrested so far in this case, including Darshan and his actor friend Pavitra Gowda. As per the details revealed by the police, the victim allegedly sent obscene texts to actor Pavitra Gowda. Swamy worked for a pharmacy company and his body was found in Bengaluru on June 9th.
Law is the same to everybody. The same law is applicable to me and to him. And law will take its own action. How can anybody, unless it is proved otherwise, he has to be taken under the law.
Right, so this is a sensational case, ladies and gentlemen. He's a popular actor in the Kannada film industry, and his name propping up in this case and his arrest has sent shockwaves as far as this entire case is concerned. Remember, a man was killed after some obscene messages were sent to Pavitra Gowda, who is also an actor in the Kannada film industry. Now, what the police is telling us that they are, in fact, 13 people so far have been arrested, including Darshan and Pavitra Gowda. Investigations in this case are at this moment on. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Pratibha, what has been the progress as far as the investigation is concerned? Any details about the next move of the police, and what about Darshan himself?
Well, as of now, the police is focused on interrogating Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda. Of course, four of the 10 accused or over 10 accused who have been in police custody were taken to the scene of crime or the place where the body was actually dumped. A spot inquest was conducted there by the cops to find out if they could corroborate the statements that they made along with the circumstantial evidences that they picked over there. So that's number one. Number two is whether or not actor Darshan would be taken for a spot inquest or not still remains in question. But as of now, intense interrogation is on at this very police station. In fact, this is the police station that was that actor Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda were brought into for questioning yesterday, and it has continued even today. What we also hear from police sources is that Darshan has not been eating anything. He has only been surviving on glasses of juice, and this morning he did have idlis is what we are told by police sources now. But as far as the investigation is concerned, two important questions there. One is whether Darshan as well as Pavitra Gowda were there present at the scene of crime. Two is also to find out whether the car that was there spotted on the CCTV footage, whether it belonged to Darshan, whether Darshan was inside the car or not. These are two important things that need to be established as well as determined by the police. We also spoke with the lawyer representing Darshan, and he did mention that as of now, the bail application would be moved only after the custodial interrogation of the police is done. And it's only then that they would be moving for a bail application. Until then, they would be looking at what would be the material evidences that would be collected so far as the investigation is concerned. It is pretty unfortunate that Darshan is involved in this murder case, is an opinion that is being expressed by many of the fans. In fact, a little while ago, most of the fans were assembled here trying to see if they could catch a glimpse of their favorite actor here. And the police had to resort to a mild lathi charge to disperse the crowd. And they have been indulging. In fact, you can see a few people there trying to see if they can really look at Darshan, catch a glimpse of Darshan over here. And this has been the scene that was witnessed even at the spot inquest that happened there. Most of them thinking that Darshan would be brought in here for a spot inquest. And Darshan is also an actor who's not new to controversies there. We have seen Darshan involved in one of the charges that were filed by his wife. And this happened over a decade ago, where he did spend quite a few nights in the jail before arriving at an out-of-court settlement with his wife there. Also, altercations with his producer, altercations with the waiter. These were some of the incidents that have happened in the past, but a murder case involving Darshan is something that has sent shockwaves in the film industry. While fans have been expressing their solidarity, there are people who have been expressing shock as well. Back to you.
That's right. In fact, shock and disbelief as far as fans of the actor are concerned. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to Jammu and Kashmir, where two terrorists who opened fire in a village in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa late last night have been eliminated in an encounter. A paramilitary soldier was also killed in the action during the exchange of fire. Two encounters that began overnight in Jammu dragged into the morning. This included one in Doda, where 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in an attack on an army post. Just 2 days before these two terror incidents in Jammu, a bus carrying pilgrims had come under the attack in Riyasi and crashed into a gorge, killing 9 passengers, injuring 33 others.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज़्यादा आतंकवादियों की छिड़क होने की भी संभावना है।
सर क्या ये रास्ता भटक गए थे कि ज़्यादा और थे, क्या ये उनसे भटक गए थे, बिछड़ गए थे, क्या
ये अभी डिटेल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है।
छत्रकला की क्या
छत्रकला में अभी रात को आपको जैसे पता है कि हमारा एक ऑपरेशन आर्मी सीआरपीएफ पुलिस सभी का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर उस इलाके में चल रहा था। तो उस जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के तहत जब टेररिस्ट एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ है तो उसमें उस इलाके को पूरा कॉर्डन में लिया गया। अभी ऑपरेशन वहाँ जारी है। वहाँ कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, वहाँ पर इंजरीज हुई हैं, लेकिन वो आउट ऑफ जेल।
तो यहाँ क्या समझा जाए, जो 2 आतंकी थे उनको मार
2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
Meanwhile, a fire broke out in a building, a housing, in fact, a complex where workers in a city of Mangaf in southern Kuwait early on Wednesday. As a result, at least 40 people have been killed. Now, this is a massive story, in fact, which has come out. in this fire, in this tragedy. In 40 people have been killed. In fact, the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has also posted on X reacting to this fire. He has said deeply shocked by the news of the fire incident in Kuwait City. There are reportedly over 40 deaths and over 50 have been hospitalized. Our ambassador has gone to the camp and we are awaiting further information. Deepest condolences to the families of those who have lost their lives. Wish early and full recovery to those who have been injured. Our embassy will render full assistance to all concerned in this regard. Remember, this has happened at a housing complex where workers in large number, remember, people from India go and work in these countries, and over 30 people so far have been reportedly killed in this. Meanwhile, India has assured help and to Kuwait as far as this fire is concerned. The Ministry of External Affairs has also said that the ambassador will in fact be in touch with the authorities in Kuwait and will try and provide as much assistance as possible. It's a tragedy, in fact, which has taken place this morning. Over 30 people have been killed and over 40 have been injured. As I told you earlier, S. Jaishankar, the foreign minister, has reacted to this and put up a post on X in which he has said over 40 deaths have been reported and 50 people have been hospitalized. Moving on to Andhra Pradesh, where TDP Chief and Chandrababu Naidu took oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time after his party scored a thumping victory in the Assembly polls held alongside the general elections. 24 members of his cabinet also took oath. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief and Health Minister JP Nadda, along with Chirag Paswan and Bandi Sanjay Kumar from Telangana, were attending this grand ceremony on the outskirts of Vijayawada. The Prime Minister congratulated Mr. Naidu with a hug after he took the oath. Besides Mr. Naidu, Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan took oath and is likely to become the Deputy Chief Minister. An NDA ally, Sena won 21 seats in the Assembly polls. Nara Lokesh, TDP leader, and Mr. Naidu's son also took oath along with 22 others. The new cabinet has 3 women ministers, 12 members from the OBC category, 8 from the backward classes, 2 from the scheduled caste, 1 scheduled tribe and 1 Muslim. Meanwhile, Naidu's TDP, remember, contested the polls along with JSP of Pawan Kalyan and BJP as part of the NDA Alliance. The alliance achieved a landslide victory, bagging 164 out of 175 seats in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly. The TDP won 135 with JSP and BJP winning 21 and 8 respectively. Rajnikant and Ram Charan along with Mohan Babu were some of the celebrities who also were present at this occasion. Meanwhile, it's just not Andhra Pradesh. Today, Odisha also got a new Chief Minister. The swearing-in ceremony of Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Majhi today. This will be, in fact, a grand swearing-in ceremony at the Janata Maidan, which is expected at around 4:30 this evening in Bhubaneswar. Majhi, a prominent tribal face and one of the names that was doing the rounds as the BJP speak, was elected as the legislator party leader of the BJP, which he then, of course, he met the governor to stake claim to form the government. Prime Minister from Andhra Pradesh is going to Odisha to attend this swearing-in ceremony. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers will also be sworn in. KV Singh Deo and Pravati Parida will be in the cabinet of Mohan Majhi. Going across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Saurabh, dignitaries, VVIPs all trickling in. BJP will make a big show out of this for the first time, a BJP government in the state of Odisha. So you can expect all the chief ministers and the big faces of the party in attendance.
Absolutely, and perhaps one of the things that is very much embedded in the political culture of Odisha is the political courtesies. For example, Mohan Maji is being sworn in at this grand ceremony today. And of course, you can see the guests have started arriving, MLAs have started arriving for the swearing in. But before the swearing in, what we saw was interesting. He went to meet Naveen Patnaik, the outgoing Chief Minister, at Naveen Patnaik's residence. Naveen Patnaik is going to attend this swearing-in ceremony himself. And they both chatted and, of course, exchanged pleasantries. It's been a bitterly fought election in Odisha as well. But, post the election, what we've seen is perhaps this calming down and this entire political culture where pleasantries are exchanged, people are on good terms with each other. And that is something that's very rare, I would say, in Indian politics these days. So it's a good thing to watch. Now, let's talk about Mohan Maji. Who is he? Mohan Maji is, of course, someone who's with the BJP. And before I go to that, एक सर आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आप यहाँ पे आए शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में, एक अच्छी बात है राजनीतिक कल्चर में उड़ीसा का कि एक दूसरे पे, चाहे आप दूसरे दल से हो, लेकिन आप आते हैं।
देखिए, ये भगवान जगन्नाथ का भूमि है, यहाँ कोई भेदभाव नहीं है। जगन्नाथ प्रभु कहते हैं मेरे सब भक्त हैं, मैं उनका जो भी आते हैं उनको मैं आशीर्वाद देता हूँ। भगवान जगन्नाथ का न पैर है न हाथ है।
कहीं और राज्य में नहीं देखता है कि एक मुख्यमंत्री जो ऑफिस डिमिट कर रहे हैं और एक मुख्यमंत्री जो आए रहे एक दूसरे से जाके मिल रहे।
मगर यहाँ पे कोई किसी का भेदभाव नहीं है। चाहे कांग्रेस आज देखिए 25 साल से शासन से बाहर है, आज बीजेपी 15 साल से बाहर था, मगर सब एक होकर यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि कल नवीन पटनायक थे, उससे पहले उन्होंने जेबी पटनायक जी थे, उनके नवीन पटनायक जी जो पिताजी हैं बिजू पटनायक जी थे, अभी उनके बाद मोहन जी मांझी आ रखे हैं, किंतु नवीन पटनायक जी भी आज यहाँ पे आएंगे और अपने जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं शरद पटनायक जी वो भी यहाँ आएंगे। आज सबको
पार्टी के अध्यक्ष,
हाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, उनको सबको निमंत्रण किया गया है आज।
That's something that I think I find quite interesting in Odisha, that irrespective of your political divide, you still attend the ceremony. And coming back to just the calculations, Mohan Maji is a tribal face. He takes oath as Chief Minister. KV Singh Deo, Kanakvardhan Singh Deo is of course a senior minister, 6-time MLA. He's been a minister even when the BJP, BJD were in alliance under Naveen Patnaik. And he's of course Deputy Chief Minister. On the other side, you have Prabhati Padilla, who's a woman face from the coastal region. Again, aspirations being managed, and at the oath-taking ceremony today, as one Chief Minister and 2 Deputy Chief Ministers take oath, Mohan Maji, a tribal face, well-known tribal face in Odisha politics, is to take oath as Chief Minister in the presence of the Prime Minister and his predecessor, Naveen Patnaik.
Thank you for joining us with all those details, Saurabh, reporting there from Bhubaneswar at this moment. With that, we slip into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The sensational Karnataka Renuka Swamy murder case, cops recreate the scene with where the body was dumped. 4 accused taken to the spot for questioning. Actor Darshan not among the accused taken to the spot. Second terrorist killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa after a CRPF Jawan was killed in a terror attack. 3 days, 3 terror incidents in Jammu and Kashmir. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. A 4th term for Naidu as Chief Minister. Jana Chief Pawan Kalyan, part of Naidu cabinet. Water crisis deepens in the national capital. Supreme Court asked some tough questions to the government of Delhi. What have you done against the tanker mafia?
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं.
The Supreme Court today asked some tough questions to the government of Delhi. In fact, on the water crisis, the government was asked to list action taken to control the wastage of water as the national capital faces a water crisis. The Delhi government, which had moved the top court seeking directions to Haryana to release its share of water, has been told to file an affidavit by Thursday. The BJP has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by mishandling resources and demanded answers from its two prominent faces, Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, in its counter-attack, has alleged that the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the water for the city's share despite claiming to do so, and has also fired shots at the Lieutenant Governor.
As you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen, and while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal, and that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person Rohit is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is, this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then, goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atishi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that, the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then, be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact, if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now the Rajnivas sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact, the private water tanker that is present here, continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how, liters of water is being wasted, and from the time, that is, for over an hour that we are present here at this spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is, happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here, the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Monarch Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water. And here as well, we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in, less than 12 hours. But certainly, we are still awaiting that the Water Minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when, the water, in fact, they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly, this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
Moving on, in fact, to Jammu and Kashmir, where at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, remember the encounter has just wrapped up. 2 terrorists have been killed after they opened fire in a village in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa late last night. The encounter went on till the early morning. A paramilitary soldier was killed in the action during the exchange of fire. 2 separate encounters began overnight in Jammu, then dragged into the morning. This included one in Dora, where 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in an attack on an army post. This, remember, comes 2 days after. In Jammu Kashmir's Riyasi area, a bus carrying pilgrims had come under attack by the terrorists. It crashed in a gorge, killing 9 passengers and injuring 33 others. Nazir Masoodi, my colleague, now joins us with more details at this moment. Nazir, it's actually quite a dangerous scenario where in the last 3 days we have seen 3 audacious attempts by the terrorists to, in fact, disrupt the peace and harmony in Jammu and Kashmir. How is the security apparatus responding to this?
Well, police have been saying that these attacks are actually aimed at. In fact, Lieutenant Governor has also said it earlier that to cause turmoil in Jammu, create communal tension, and also spread the shadow of militancy or terrorism beyond Kashmir Valley, and they have done that. Jammu is on high on terror radar. There have been series of attacks, more incidents happening in Jammu than there have been happening in the valley. And all those who are involved in these attacks are Pakistanis, they are foreigners. But so far, government has not said officially anything. For example, 3 days after the Riyasi attack, there is no statement from the government who all are behind that. Are they Pakistani? Are the handlers from Pakistan who are directing them to do so? But we all know these the militants where they come from. And in Kutwa incident, where what police have said it was a fresh infiltration, and 2 militants have been killed. And police say they first went door to door asking for the drinking water. But people were very scared and they raised hue and cry. They informed the police. Police rushed to the area. Both the militants have been killed, but one CRPF Jawan has also lost his life. Senior police officers also had a narrow escape after their bulletproof vehicles came under fire. M4 rifle, American-made carbine, has been recovered from the encounter site in Kutwa. And it's the same kind of weapon which was used by terrorists during the attack on Yatri bus in Riyasi 2 days ago, in which 9 Yatris were killed and 33 were injured after bus plunged into a gorge. After this attack, we know there has been another attack in Doda, late last night when an army base came under attack. 5 army soldiers have been injured, 1 special police official has been injured, and it appears that attackers have managed to escape given the difficult topography, forests, mountains in that area, even as a massive coordinated search operation has been launched. So in a sense, if you see these 3 attacks, 3 different regions of Jammu province and entire Jammu now under the shadow of terror. So clearly the areas which were free from militancy are now infested by militancy, that too those who can carry out audacious attacks. We have been reporting for some time, how it happened since October 2021. In Rajouri Poonch area of Jammu only, 39 soldiers have been killed in action. And 20 civilians have also been killed. And we see now in Kutwa, what we see the first time, this concrete evidence that infiltration is happening also from the international border. But it was said it's happening through the line of control, which is Poonch, Rajouri, Kashmir Valley. But from Jammu onwards up to the Kutwa, which is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district. So it is international border. So infiltration is also taking place from that as well, which this encounter in Kutwa clearly shows, because it was a fresh infiltration and the weapons recovered from them. It's clear indication that how the handlers from across the border is arming them with state-of-art weapons like M4 carbine. And also when we see the attack in Doda region, it's a vast region, mountainous region. If militants can, establish their presence in this area, it is a huge, huge security challenge. And it is not just a coincidence that 3 back-to-back attacks happen at a time. Timing is very crucial because it happened soon after the successful parliament elections. It is happening when Amarnath Yatra is around the corner. It is starting just in next few weeks. It's happening when Election Commission has said they're soon holding assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir. It's also happening when Modi 3.0 government has just started. And we have to see what government will do, what action they say. Police are saying that they will establish more security pickets, security camps, so that there's immediate action and immediate, intelligence generated quickly. But it is easier said than done, because the areas which militants have now shown their presence or established their presence, these are difficult areas, these are vast areas. It's not like plains or the valley where we know the militancy has been largely in the urban areas, which has been easier for the security force to deal with.
Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations.
In a significant development, the UGC has taken a policy decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year in January, February, and also in July and August from the next academic year. We spoke to Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, chairman of the UGC, on the same issue.
In a significant development, the University Grants Commission has taken a policy decision to allow higher education institutions to admit students twice a year, in January, February, and also in July, August from the next academic year. And this biannual university admission, the UGC feels, will help students maintain motivation even if they are not able to get admission immediately. We are being joined by Professor Jagadish Kumar, UGC chairperson, to answer some questions. Professor Kumar, appreciate your time here on NDTV. Let me begin by asking you why this shift and what is the rationale behind this move?
The current UGC regulations permit our universities and colleges to admit the students only once in an academic year. So typically in July, August, the admissions happen, and the academic year ends in May or June. But however, many students who miss the admission in July and August, they had to wait for one full year. So we wanted to see if biannual admissions are permitted in the universities, what will be the response of the students? So we first tried it in the online and distance mode education. Last year, we took a decision that in all the 80 universities which offer the online programs, let us permit the biannual admission also. And for our surprise, we found that in July 2023, in the first cycle of the admission in the online programs, about 20 lakh students joined. And when we did the second cycle admission in January, nearly 500,000 students joined. If we did not offer them admission in January, they would have been forced to wait for next July for admission.
Okay,
and
Professor Kumar, there are a lot of questions that are being asked by the students in particular, and so we here on NDTV decided to open the phone lines. Our first caller is Akshat from Hyderabad. Akshat, go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, I'm Akshat from Hyderabad. I just have one question. So with any new scheme in India, especially one at this level, there's always a fear of retaliation or the fear of students by and large not being able to adjust to it. So I kind of heard you say that you have tried this at a few places. So in the long run, do you see families, parents and students accepting this as a new model of admissions? Certainly it's good, but this fear of non-acceptance, how do you
Professor Jagadish Kumar, basically, let me rephrase it and ask this question. Did you take all the stakeholders on board, particularly students and their parents?
You see, biannual admissions is a global practice. In all global universities, admissions are done twice in a year. Only in our country, we admit the students only once. So what UGC has done, after seeing the response of the students in the online programs, we wanted to provide a similar option to the universities which are offering the programs in the physical mode. So this is not a mandatory requirement for the universities to offer biannually. Only those institutions which have the required infrastructure and the faculty members, if they decide to offer biannual admissions, this option is available.
Okay, so there is another caller we have, Professor Kumar. This is Arun Kumar from Coimbatore. Go ahead, Arun, ask your question.
Very good evening, sir. Hope everything is fine there. And my question to you is, based upon this new education policy, I would like to know how the states which have not implemented the new education policy will adopt, say, for example, a candidate doing or pursuing her final year based honors, and who is eligible for an doctorate immediate after that. And the state she wants to pursue her doctorate. Will that be inconvenient for the candidate to pursue her doctorate?
Okay, sir. Okay. Professor Jagadish Kumar? Yes.
Yeah. You see, currently we conduct a UGC NET, which is required to get the junior research fellowship twice in a year. And since that, now we are permitting the universities biannual admission. PhD admissions can be easily done twice in a year. So it will be highly beneficial to the students.
Meanwhile, India will remain the fastest growing major economy, recording a steady growth of 6.7% in the next 3 years, including the current financial year, according to the World Bank report released on Tuesday. In India, growth is estimated to have picked up to 8.2% in fiscal year 2023-24, 1.9 percentage points higher than the estimate in January. Also, the global growth is projected to hold steady at 2.6% in 2024 before edging up to an average of 2.7% in 25-26.
The World Bank in its latest Global Economic Prospects report has said that India is going to be the fastest growing economy in the world, at least amongst the larger economies out there, growing at about 6.7% per year for 3 consecutive financial years between FY24 and FY26. Now, remember that FY24 growth expectations are set at about 8.2%. That's what the government's advanced estimates, government's latest estimates suggest. 8.2% for FY24. That is a whole 190 basis points higher than what the World Bank had originally expected. Having said that, in the coming years, that growth is likely to slow down a little bit, primarily because of a high base effect in FY24. Despite that slowdown in growth, India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy in the world, is what the World Bank is saying. It is also saying that industrial activity, especially manufacturing, construction, as well as services, both have contributed to the high growth that FY24 witnessed. Going ahead, what World Bank is expecting is that the domestic demand is likely to be robust. You're likely to see an investment surge, primarily led by the government and then later private investment coming in, and that inflation within the Indian economy continues to remain within the RBI's tolerance band of 4% or plus and minus 2%. So that these are factors that are helping India's growth story. Alongside that, of course, the trade deficit has been narrowing across the South Asian region, specifically in India. Overall, in the South Asian region, inflation has remained elevated, except in India, where that inflation number remains within the tolerance band. But going ahead, this is likely to remain within range, remain range-bound, and for the broader economy, it is likely to continue at a level which is acceptable for the RBI. Now, what the World Bank's Global Economic Prospects report is also suggesting is that for the first time in 3 years globally, you're likely to see growth stabilizing, because remember, for the last couple of years that growth has been sliding even after even after the COVID pandemic ended. So those are some green shoots that are showing up on a global scale, but of course for the India story, things are looking really, really good.
Meanwhile, the Schengen visa fee has been hiked by 12% now after the hike. In fact, this is after 4 years that this fee has been hiked. Visa for adults to European countries now is going to cost about 8,077 rupees. That is about 90 euros.
In the peak of summer, if you're planning a trip to Europe, then be ready to shell out more money as traveling to Europe gets more expensive, as the Schengen visa fees has now been hiked by 12% in effect from Tuesday, that's the 11th of June, according to the European Commission, which means for adults, the Schengen visa will cost 90 euros from the earlier amount of 80 euros. That basically means you'll have to pay about 8,000 rupees from 7,200 earlier. The visa for children aged between 6 and 12 has now going to be costing about 45 euros instead of 40 euros that was the price earlier. This is a little more than 4,000 rupees from 3,600 rupees. Now, while it continues to be free as far as children under the age of 6 is concerned, and the cost for a Schengen visa extension remains fixed, and that is going to be about 30 euros or 2,700 rupees. Every 3 years, this fee structure is assessed by the European Commission based on inflation and the growing salary of the civil workers. So those are the reasons why they have increased the visa fees this time around. And the previous fee hike that we saw was back in February of 2020. The Schengen visa that time was increased from 60 euros to 80 euros. So that was a hike by almost 33% in comparison to a 12% hike that we're seeing this time around. Now, the European Commission has said that the fees are still relatively low in comparison to the cost of visa in other countries. We're talking about the United Kingdom. The visa cost over there is about 12,000 rupees. That's over 134 euros. In the United States, if you need a visa for the US, you'll have to shell out more than 16,000 rupees or 185 euros. And if you need to go to Australia, then your fee for that visa process would be about 10,000 rupees or about 117 euros. So that is the Schengen visa has now allowed the entry to, we do know it allows entry to the European countries for short stays, and that is a maximum 90 days in any 180-day period. Anyone who wants to stay longer or wants to go for work would need to apply for a different visa from the country they want to visit.
Meanwhile, a fire broke out in a building housing workers in the city of Mangaf in southern Kuwait early on Wednesday, killing at least 40 people. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has also posted on this. He has said that he is deeply shocked by the news of the fire incident in Kuwait City There are reportedly over 40 deaths and 50 have been hospitalized. Our ambassador has gone to the camp. We are awaiting further information. In fact, the Indian ambassador in Kuwait has said in connection with the tragic fire incident involving Indian workers, there has been an emergency number which has been put in place, a helpline. The number is +965 655 05246. All concerned are requested to connect on this helpline for more updates. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Vishal, quite a tragic incident. A large number of workers from India also go to Kuwait and other, Middle Eastern countries in search of work. What is the latest that we have on this?
So the latest is that, Ankit, about 43 people have been killed in this incident. A deadly fire that, which blazed through the 6-story building. This area is located in southern Kuwait, and the Indian embassy in Kuwait has reached out to the people and, as you mentioned earlier, has given out an emergency helpline for the relatives to reach out to them. And to put it into perspective, there are about 1 million Indians working, staying in Kuwait as we speak. So about 20% of Kuwait population comprises of Indians, and about 30% of the workforce there comprises of Indians. So Indians represent a big community there. They are a huge component of the society. So it will come as a shock because there are reports suggesting that Indians could have been killed in this incident. There are no confirmation on that, but since there's a large percentage of Indians there, it could be that Indians could be there. And as you mentioned earlier, it housed workers. There are about 160 workers staying in that 6-story building. It started at around 6 a.m. in the morning. 6 a.m. local time. So it remains to be seen what exactly is the cause of the incident and how many, what's the death toll. As far as the latest reports are concerned, about 43 have died and more than 4 dozen people actually have been injured. So it remains to be seen what kind of damage it has exactly done.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, tragic story there in Kuwait, but moving on to Karnataka, where there is no end to trouble for, Kannada actor Darshan in the Renuka Swamy murder case. The Karnataka cops today visited the alleged crime spot where the body was dumped. The cops took 4 accused to the place where the body of 33-year-old victim was dumped. Darshan was not among the accused. Cops are now looking for clues to find the real killer. The popular Kannada actor Darshan was arrested yesterday and was sent to 6-day police custody. 13 people have been arrested so far in this case, including Darshan and his actor friend Pavitra Gowda. As per the details revealed by the police, the victim allegedly sent obscene texts to actor Pavitra Gowda. Renuka Swamy worked for a pharmacy company and his body was found in Bengaluru on June 9th.
Law is the same to everybody. The same law is applicable to me and to him. And law will take its own action. How can anybody, unless it is proved otherwise, he has to be taken under the law.
We come to you from the scene of crime. This is exactly the place where the body of Renuka Swamy, 33-year-old, was found, which triggered a series of investigation procedures that the Bengaluru police followed, and they rounded up on 10 people, and upon interrogation, actor Darshan's name, famous Kannada actor's involvement seemed to surface. Yesterday, actor Darshan was picked up for questioning, and then by evening, they recorded the arrest here. Today, 4 of them who are part of the accused circle were brought in for a spot inquest at around 1 p.m. today. It was this very place where they assembled to corroborate evidences, circumstantial evidences, and corroborate them with the statements that were recorded. Crucial 2 pieces of information still needs to be determined and investigated. One was actor Darshan there at the scene of crime along with his touted girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. 2. Was this crime done at the behest of actor Darshan? These are questions that are still remaining unanswered. Now, what is important is that the reason why actor Darshan's involvement here becomes crucial is because of the lewd comments that were made public on social media by Renuka Swami, the deceased here, and this was directly targeted at Pavitra Gowda. Could this have been motive behind this murder is also something that needs investigation. Actor Darshan would also be brought in here for a spot inquest. When is also another question that is doing the rounds. Investigative procedures as well as legal procedures. Would actor Darshan's counsel would also be moving an application for bail? These are some of the information that we are gathering at this point in time, and every piece of evidence points to actor Darshan's involvement at the scene of crime, mainly because of the CCTV footage that has recorded the vehicle that was passing through. This vehicle could be belonging to Darshan, but was he present there inside the vehicle? Was he present there at the scene of crime or not? Because the assaults seem to have happened elsewhere and the body seems to have been dumped here. A lot of key questions here, a lot of key interest as well, because we are talking of a high-profile case here which involves a famous Kannada superstar actor Darshan. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Staying with southern India, the Telangana police has submitted their first charge sheet in the phone tapping case to the Metropolitan Magistrate Court at Namapalli in view of the requirement to file the charge sheet within 90 days of the arrest of the accused. As a bail applications of the accused were pending, police has filed the charge sheet. Police explain how former SIB Chief T. Prabhakar Rao, his colleagues Radhakrishna Rao, Bhujanga Rao, D. Praneeth Rao, and some others, in fact, including a TV channel owner, Shravan Kumar, were involved in the illegal tapping of the phones of opposition leaders and several others by violating the Telegraph Act under the BRS government.
So the bail application of these 4 accused did come up, and the argument by their counsel was that they had, no evidence has been really presented by the prosecution in this case, and the prosecution arguing that this is a very high-profile case and that they could tamper with evidence. Already 2 people who are mentioned in the charge sheet are missing, but the verdict on the bail application is expected today. The second part of it is the charge sheet itself, and that is in fact including the confessional statements of all these officers. And yes, about 1,200 phones is what they have said have been tapped, and not just of politicians but also of businessmen, of journalists, and in fact people belonging to the film world as well. All that has been tapped, and allegation is that it was illegally tapped and that the information was in fact stored away in hard disks, and that soon after the BRS lost power on the 4th of December is when many of these hard disks, apparently all of them seem to have been destroyed in some manner or the other, but the confessional statement seems to indicate that the fingers are pointing towards the BRS leadership, including the former Chief Minister Radhakrishna Rao, former Task Force DCP, had in fact repeatedly mentioned Peddaina, referring to KCR and saying that it was on the instructions, or suggesting that it was on the instructions of KCR that Prabhakar Rao was in fact acting. Prabhakar Rao is the Special Intelligence Branch Chief, former SIB Chief, who is in fact in the US for medical treatment, and the expectation is that with the filing of the charge sheets, which is naming Prabhakar Rao as well as one more person who in fact is now Shravan Kumar, who is in fact associated with the media house and also said to be out of the country, the process may start for tracking them internationally and the issue of the red corner notice in order to be able to bring them back, because they could be quite crucial for nailing perhaps the political leadership, which is what the Congress government may also be looking at, because while the names of multiple ministers have been mentioned, none of them has been mentioned in fact in the charge sheet itself.
All right, that's all the time that we have at this moment. All right, we'll take a very quick break, coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA 3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome from the technology programming team here at NDTV Network. This is Sharat Nair at NDTV.com and this is Hanika. Hello and welcome to India.
Thank you. It's always awesome to be here.
Before we continue, just give me a yes or no. Logitech built the first commercial mouse?
Yes.
This is years ago.
Very many years ago. So in 2031, we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary. So if you do the math, 1981 is when we started.
Your background is basically all of FMCG products and everything. So how different is technology from companies like this?
There's a lot of similarities between Logitech and these big consumer goods companies. First of all, the focus on the consumer, the end user, is just as important for Logitech as it is when you're selling tea or shampoo. Second, the importance of branding. And third, the way we go to market, whether that's in the B2C retail channels, Amazon, or in B2B, also a lot of similarities.
Can I just bring up 2 things and I'll have to read them so that I don't get the date wrong. 3rd of December 2008, we got a news that Logitech has shipped its 1 billionth mouse. Secondly, during the pandemic, you guys had 80% surges, as much as 80% surges in demands. What do these 2 numbers mean to you?
Again, the mouse built this house. So that's our core product. And some people think that's an old product, that's a legacy product. It is still, one of our biggest products, and we're excited about computer mice. The pandemic, was a crazy time for Logitech. Yes, the business surged by a lot. In the 2 years after, the business has come back down, but we're still very significantly bigger than before COVID. And post-COVID, the period that we're living now, again, I think it's a great time for Logitech because there's 3 big tailwinds for our business that are more macro. The first one is hybrid work. Second tailwind is gaming. That market just continues to grow globally, but also here in India. And that's driven by more women gaming. Gaming used to be a boys thing.
No, also I'm a PC gamer myself, not into consoles.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And then finally, of course, AI is also a tailwind for us.
Specifically, when you look at the Indian market, who do you think you're fighting against?
The market is still fairly small in PC gaming, so
pretty nascent,
it's really up to us to grow the market. When you look at our what we call personal workspace, so the mice, the keyboards, the webcams, some of the big PC players are in there, and then in video conferencing, which is a very big category for us as well.
True.
Again, some of the big tech players are in there. But I'm proud to say that in 11 of the 13 segments that we're playing in, we're number one globally. What we do is design-led, software-enabled hardware. In every single one of our products, there's really smart software inside. And by the way, that is developed here in India. So we have a big engineering innovation center in Chennai where a lot of our global software is developed.
How big is Logitech's R&D department? Like how many people?
Yeah, so we spend about 6% of our sales on R&D, which is high.
Massive, yeah.
Yeah.
Last question. What is Logitech's India story?
We're absolutely investing here. So we now have 450 software engineers in Chennai. And they are developing the all-important software for us, not just for India, but for the whole world, but obviously inspired and based in India. So India is very important to us. India is important to us as a market, and as I said, I think there's a lot more opportunity for growth. And then I love that India as a country is increasingly focused on sustainability. We are in the tech space, an absolute pioneer in sustainability, and I'd love to lead the way alongside India's governments and institutions.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. This is great. Really appreciate it.
पेंटिंग करवा लो वरना बारिश से काई जम जाएगी।
ऊपर वाला करेगा।
ये किसने पेंट किया?
नेरोलैक एक्सेल एवरलास्ट 12 सेल्फ क्लीनिंग पेंट दीवारों को 12 साल तक बचाए।
पेंट क्लास मात्रा।
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Over 30 people have been killed in a Kuwait building fire. The embassy says that 40 Indians are among those who are injured in this fire that broke out in the building. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar says that he will give all assistance needed to those injured. First BJP Chief Minister of Odisha to take oath shortly. Mohan Maji is the BJP's tribal face in Odisha. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers will also be sworn in. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister. 4th term for Naidu as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Jana Chief Pawan Kalyan is also part of Naidu cabinet. PM Modi, senior leaders and celebs were seen attending the swearing-in ceremony. In the Renuka Swamy murder case in Karnataka, cops have recreated the scene where the body was dumped. 4 accused were taken to the spot for questioning. Actor Darshan was not among those taken to the spot. Second terrorist killed in Kathua in the Jammu Kashmir encounter. CRPF Jawan was killed in the terror attack. 3 days, 3 terror incidents have been reported in Jammu Kashmir. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We are starting this edition with a top focus. A fire broke out in a building housing workers in the city of Mangaf in southern Kuwait today, killing at least 30 people. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar has informed of the casualties. He's also put out a tweet saying that he was deeply shocked by the news of the fire incident in Kuwait City. There are reportedly over 30 deaths and more than 50 people have been hospitalized. He's also informed that the ambassador
ambassador, had gone to the camp, and we are awaiting further information. He said that full assistance will be provided to those concerned in this regard. Well, Indian ambassador has also visited the hospitals where the injured have been admitted. He's met at least 30 plus injured people, among those who are Indian workers. That is the latest coming in. Those latest visuals also coming in at this point in time. We'll try and get more details. We're learning this incident that has been reported in a building that was housing workers in the city of Mangaf in this incident, we are learning at least 30 plus people have died. This fire had started in a kitchen, we are learning, in this 6-story building in Mangaf area. Well, my colleague Ghazali is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details. Ghazali, it's quite unfortunate, and what we are learning at this point in time is that there are at least 30 plus people who've died in this fire in the building, and among those there are several Indian workers also. What more details are coming out at the moment?
See, the fire broke out in this southern Mangaf district building, a building based in southern Mangaf district, and what we are picking up right now is that around 41 people have been killed. And out of those 41 people, certain media reports are suggesting that 5 are the Indians who were staying in that house. That the particular building used to house laborers there. And we are also picking up that perhaps that building is owned by a Malayali businessman. Now, whether he's based out of Kuwait or he's based in India, that's not sure right now. Also, we are also picking that there were around 195 laborers in that building. How many were Indians? The breakdown of the data of all those who were trapped inside the building is not known yet, but more than 41 people have been killed and many are injured who are in the hospital right now. We are also being told that that the Interior Minister of the Kuwait has ordered to arrest the janitor, the owner of the building, as well as the owner of the company responsible for putting the workers at risk. And they're also checking whether the building had any fire safety certificate with them, or whether they had obtained any kind of certification for putting so many people in that building. So these are all under investigation. But the Interior Minister, Kuwait's Interior Minister, Sheikh Fahad Al Yusuf Al Sabah, he has ordered that janitor and all those responsible for that have to be arrested. So the fire broke out Wednesday morning, like today early morning at around 6 a.m. local time from the ground floor building, and then it is spread across the building, through the building, putting everybody at risk, and that is why 41 people have been killed and as many numbers are injured and are in hospital. As of now,
so
we
the Indian ambassador has also met those who've been injured and have been admitted in the hospitals.
Yeah, and he has shared the pictures on social media that he has visited the hospital where the injured people are admitted, and since he has visited, so it certainly confirms that Indians are there among the injured who are admitted in the hospital. He has also issued a number there, a helpline number, if anybody wants to know about the whereabouts of their relatives or loved ones, so they can connect on that number as well.
All right. Well, the Indian Embassy, as my colleague Ghazali here is informing, Indian Embassy in Kuwait has released these helpline numbers for Indian workers in connection with this fire accident that had killed at least 41 people. Well, the toll seems to have increased. What we are learning at the moment is that at least 41 people have died in this big fire that erupted in this building in Kuwait, and efforts are being made by the Indian authorities to provide all possible assistance to those who've been affected. All right, thank you so much, Ghazali, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the situation on the ground and get you more. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. It seems there is no end to trouble for Sandalwood actor Darshan Tugudipa in the Renuka Swami murder case. The Karnataka cops today visited the alleged crime spot where the body of the victim was dumped. The cops took 4 accused to the place where the body of the victim was dumped. Darshan was not among the 4 accused who was taken to the crime scene, we are learning. Well, the police is now looking for clues to find the real killer. Well, the popular Kannada actor Darshan was arrested yesterday and sent to 6-day police custody. 13 people have been arrested so far in the case, including Darshan and his actor friend Pavitra Gowda. As per the details revealed by by the police. The victim had allegedly sent obscene text to actor Pavitra. Renuka Swamy had worked for a pharmacy company and his body was found in Bengaluru on June 9th. That is the latest that we are learning at the moment, that the 4 accused had been taken to the crime scene to recreate the crime scene, and amongst them Darshan was not amongst them. He is still in police custody and the police is investigating the matter at the moment and trying to find who is the real killer. Well, they're trying to connect the dots and are questioning those who've been taken into custody. We have a reaction coming in from G. Parameshwara, the Home Minister of Karnataka. Listen in.
Law is the same to everybody. The same law is applicable to me and to him. And law will take its own action. How can anybody, unless it is proved otherwise, he has to be taken under the law.
We come to you from the scene of crime. This is exactly the place where the body of Renuka Swamy, 33-year-old, was found, which triggered a series of investigation procedures that the Bengaluru police followed, and they rounded up on 10 people, and upon interrogation, actor Darshan's name, famous Kannada actor's involvement seemed to surface. Yesterday, actor Darshan was picked up for questioning, and then by evening they recorded the arrest here. Today, 4 of them who are part of the accused circle were brought in for a spot inquest at around 1 p.m. today. It was this very place where they assembled to corroborate evidences, circumstantial evidences, and corroborate them with the statements that were recorded. Crucial 2 pieces of information still needs to be determined and investigated. 1, was actor Darshan there at the scene of crime along with his touted girlfriend Pavitra Gowda? 2, was this crime done at the behest of actor Darshan? These are questions that are still remaining unanswered. Now, what is important is that the reason why actor Darshan's involvement here becomes crucial is because of the lewd comments that were made public on social media by Renuka Swamy, the deceased here, and this was directly targeted at Pavitra Gowda. Could this have been motive behind this murder is also something that needs investigation. Actor Darshan would also be brought in here for a spot inquest. When is also another question that is doing the rounds. Investigative procedures as well as legal procedures. Would actor Darshan's counsel would also be moving an application for bail? These are some of the information that we are gathering at this point in time, and every piece of evidence points to actor Darshan's involvement at the scene of crime, mainly because of the CCTV footage that has recorded the vehicle that was passing through. This vehicle could be belonging to Darshan, but was he present there inside the vehicle? Was he present there at the scene of crime or not? Because the assaults seem to have happened elsewhere and the body seems to have been dumped here. A lot of key questions here, a lot of key interest as well, because we are talking of a high-profile case here which involves a famous Kannada superstar actor Darshan. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
All right, a lot of interesting details have come to the fore. We'll keep an eye on the updates and get you more in a bit. Meanwhile, we have some more news that we're tracking. The Supreme Court has asked the Delhi government to list action taken to control the wastage of water as the national capital faces a water crisis. The Delhi government that had moved the top court seeking directions to Haryana to release its share of water has been told to file an affidavit by Thursday. The BJP, on the other hand, has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by mishandling resources and has demanded answers from its 2 most prominent faces, that is Delhi Water Minister Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. The Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, has counter-attacked the BJP by alleging that the party or the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the city's share of water despite claiming to do so, and it also took a dig at the Lieutenant Governor.
So Motha, as you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen. And while that is happening, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal. And that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person, Rohit, is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now, this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnava sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact the private water tanker that is present here continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly you can see that how liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water, and here as well we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in less than 12 hours. But certainly we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when the water in fact they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
All right, even as the people of the national capital continue to suffer, there is a political tug of war that is taking place between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the issue, with the BJP now claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party is responsible for the mismanagement here in the national capital and the water crisis that seems to have erupted. It's all the doing of the Aam Aadmi Party because they could not handle the situation properly. All right, we'll keep an eye on the situation there on the ground and get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news now. This is from Jammu Kashmir. The two terrorists who had opened fire in a village in Jammu Kashmir's Katwa late last night were killed in an encounter today. A paramilitary soldier was also killed in action during the exchange of fire. Two encounters that began overnight in Jammu had dragged into the morning, and this included one in Doda where 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in an attack on an army post. Just 2 days before these two terror incidents in Jammu, remember, a bus carrying pilgrims had come under attack in Riyasi and crashed into a gorge, killing 9 passengers. We also have the reaction coming in from ADG Jammu Anand Jain. Listen into what he had to say.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज्यादा आतंकवादियों की छिपे होने की भी संभावना है।
सर क्या ये रास्ता भटक गए थे कि ज्यादा और थे क्या ये उनसे भटक गए थे बिछड़ गए थे क्या
ये अभी डिटेल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है।
छत्रकला की क्या
छत्रकला में अभी रात को आपको जैसे पता है कि हमारा एक ऑपरेशन आर्मी सीआरपीएफ पुलिस सभी का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर उस इलाके में चल रहा था। तो उस जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के तहत जब टेररिस्ट एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ है तो उसमें उस इलाके को पूरा कॉर्डन में लिया गया। अभी ऑपरेशन वहाँ जारी है। वहाँ कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, वहाँ पर इंजरीज हुई हैं, लेकिन वो आउट ऑफ जेंस।
तो यहाँ क्या समझा जाए जो 2 आतंकी थे उनको मार
2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
All right, my colleague Nazir also now joins us on the broadcast here. Nazir, this seems to be becoming a very serious concern in the valley with the terror attack on a bus that was carrying pilgrims in which 9 innocent lives were lost just a few days back, after which the encounter that took place in Katwa yesterday. Even there are reports of an encounter from Doda. This is definitely becoming a major challenge for the authorities in Jammu Kashmir and the newly sworn in government.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 back-to-back attacks incidents is not just showing the capability or the presence in 3 different regions of Jammu province. It also shows the intent of militants, what they are up to, what they want to, what they are planning to do. After attack on Yatri bus, killing 9 Yatris, injured 33 after bus fell into the gorge following firing, we saw more attacks. One in Kutwa, where villagers actually they raised the alarm, they informed the police, they shut their doors when militants asked water from them before terrorists could strike there. So police reached there, security force reached there. During the encounter, both the militants were killed, but in between 1 CRPF Jawan was killed and 1 civilian was also injured. Senior officers also had a narrow escape after their vehicles came under bulletproof vehicles came under fire. Hours after the incident started in Kutwa, there was attack in Doda. Militants struck at an army, camp, resorted to heavy firing. 5 soldiers were injured. 1 special police officer was also injured. After the attack, it appears they have managed to escape despite the fact that a search and cordon operation is underway. So far, there is also no inkling about the attackers of Riyasi Yatri bus attack. The police have released a sketch of 2 suspected terrorists who have announced a reward of ₹20 lakh for anybody who can give them information about their whereabouts. Because in last 2-3 years, after most of the attacks, militants have managed to escape and security force were not able to track down the attackers. In Kutwa incident, it was actually the alert villagers who shut their doors on militants, who didn't give them water, who informed the police, and it was a built-up area. Both the militants were, killed. What is important that M4 US-made rifles have been recovered from the encounter site in Katwa. These are the similar weapons which were used in the attack on Yatra bus in Riyasi 2 days ago. So clearly Jammu is high on terror radar. Not only one area but all the 3 regions of Jammu are under the shadow of militancy, which is the biggest challenge for the security force, and these attacks are clearly not a coincidence.
Absolutely.
It has not
and
only
you've also
shows the
been reporting
capability,
this
the
before,
presence
that this
of
region
militants
that
in
we're
every
talking
region,
about,
but also their intent.
Yes, there is a presence of at least 2 to 3 different separate terror groups, and the attacks that had taken place in the recent past were not interlinked. But now, as my colleague Nazir is reporting, that the weapons that were used in the attack in Riyasi just a few days back, 2 days back, when a bus carrying pilgrims was attacked by terrorists and then it fell into a gorge. Now we are learning similar kind of weapons have been used by the terrorists in this encounter that took place yesterday. All right, thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the situation on the ground and we'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now, Prime Minister Modi, who just began his third straight term in office, remains highly popular among the citizens of the country. A fresh survey by Ipsos on Narendra Modi's popularity has revealed that although there has been a dip of 5% between Feb and the month of May, Prime Minister Modi still remains highly popular with approval rating of 70%. That shows that citizens rate him high on performance as the Prime Minister. Well, citizens of North Zone have given 86% vote, Tier 1 85% vote in favor of PM Modi's popularity, and East Zone with 83% vote that has given Mr. Modi distinction in performance as Prime Minister. Well, those numbers on your TV screens reveal how he's been rated on area-wise performance as well. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA 3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. टिप इज वेरी यूजफुल. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Welcome back after the break. The swearing-in ceremony for the first BJP government in Odisha, headed by Mohan Maji, will take place Saturday. It's expected to start shortly. The first BJP Chief Minister of Odisha will be taking oath. He will be sworn in. Mohan Maji is the BJP's tribal face in Odisha. Two Deputy Chief Ministers will also be sworn in along with Mohan Maji. Well, the BJP has made impressive gains in Odisha, had a clean sweep rather, ending Naveen Patnaik's 24-year reign. Well, 78 assembly seats are what the BJP had won in the recently held assembly polls, and out of the 21 Lok Sabha seats, 20 seats were won by the BJP alone. Well, Prime Minister Modi will also be present for the Odisha oath-taking ceremony. Tight security arrangements have been made for the swearing-in ceremony. Prime Minister Modi has already arrived in Bhubaneswar, and he will be attending the oath-taking ceremony at the Janata Maidan in Bhubaneswar at around 5 p.m. Well, Mohan Maji has been elected as the Legislative Party leader, and he's the CM designate. He will be taking the oath shortly, and also BJP MLAs Pravati Parida and KV Singh Deo will be sworn in as the two new Deputy Chief Ministers of this state. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is also now joining us on the broadcast. He's in Bhubaneswar at the moment. We'll also be joined by Mr. Ruben Banerjee, who's a former group editor-in-chief Outlook, and he's also the author of book titled Naveen Patnaik. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. I'll come to you. Let me first go to my colleague Saurabh here. Saurabh is in Bhubaneswar, where the oath-taking ceremony is expected to start in just some time from now. Saurabh, we do believe Prime Minister Modi is already in Bhubaneswar. He will be arriving for the oath-taking ceremony shortly. Along with him, we are expecting Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to arrive shortly. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has also arrived, we are learning.
Yes, in fact, a lot of VIP convoys are now driving into the Janata Maidan, and it could be one of those names that you mentioned. Though the Prime Minister, I believe, is yet to arrive at the Maidan. He would be already present in Bhubaneswar. He arrived earlier in the afternoon, as this swearing-in ceremony is to get underway shortly. Now, what we know is that this is a very important event from the perspective of the BJP. Why is it important? Well, this is the first time that they've formed a government on their own in Odisha. Also, they've ended the 24-year-old BJD government led by Naveen Patnaik. But this afternoon, in what is clearly a healthy sign in politics, there were some interesting visuals. Mohan Maji, who's shortly to take oath, went to the home of Naveen Patnaik, the outgoing Chief Minister, and also sought his blessings. He also invited him personally to the swearing-in ceremony, and we are being given to understand that Naveen Patnaik will be attending the swearing-in ceremony as well. As you see, several BJP top leaders are expected, and I can see VIP convoys driving in, though from this distance I can't tell you who all are there, though I believe Yogi Adityanath has arrived also. So several other BJP chief ministers are arriving. In fact, we're also seeing this, of course, here, if you see my output here, we are seeing dignitaries come in, and also several top people are coming in here as this, swearing-in ceremony gets underway. So, in fact, we are seeing a host of dignitaries actually arriving at this point here, even in, in this swearing-in ceremony as it's to get underway shortly. Now, we're given to understand that this will be not a very long swearing-in ceremony. It's not going to be a very time-consuming one, but it's also going to be a swearing-in ceremony where, you see that people, are looking forward to, especially the BJP, because this is, like I said, their first. So actually, we are seeing both the VIP gates now, dignitaries coming in. And if you see the pictures, you'll see who all are on stage. The Prime Minister is expected to arrive shortly, and I have a view of the entry gate of the Prime Minister's, that the Prime Minister's convoy will come in from. So I will, of course, update you when that happens. As of now, the Prime Minister is expected, but several top leaders of the BJP already on stage as the BJP gears up for its biggest moment in Odisha politics. The first time around,
that it's going to form a government on its own and its own chief minister will be installed in the office.
Absolutely, Saurabh. It's the biggest moment for the BJP in Odisha, as you've rightly pointed out. I'll come back to you, Saurabh. Let me go across to my guest here, Mr. Ruben Banerjee here on the broadcast. Sir, how do you see this? The BJP, as we've been talking about, Saurabh and I, that it's definitely going to be one of the biggest moments for the BJP, especially in the state of Odisha. As we talk about, the BJP is going to form the government in Odisha on its own. It's had a thumping majority, a thumping victory in the Lok Sabha polls as well as in the Assembly polls. You've covered the Odisha politics very closely. You've written a book on Mr. Naveen Patnaik also. How do you see the BJP's rise in Odisha and the decline of Mr. Naveen Patnaik? 24-year reign of Naveen Patnaik finally coming to an end.
Well, it's definitely, as your reporter pointed out, it's definitely a big moment in the contemporary history of Odisha politics. BJP for the first time ever is independently forming its own government in the state. But I don't really think that it's also the demise of Mr. Naveen, political demise or the end of Naveen Patnaik or the BJD. It's BJP has done very well in the Lok Sabha and reasonably well in the Assembly. They have their majority on its own. But I don't think Biju Janata Dal has been washed out. They still have 51 MLAs out of 147 seat assembly.
Yes.
So they are a very formidable force. So Odisha will have a very strong opposition. Hopefully, Mr. Patnaik, the outgoing chief minister, will be the leader of opposition. So it's going to be very interesting times. And I remember when we were very young reporters and reporting out of Odisha, we used to kind of be very, we used to take BJP very lightly in this state. Like in 1991, we had a erstwhile member of the royal family, a very prominent politician joining the Bharatiya Janata Party then in 1991.
Right.
And we all scoffed at that idea. I said, why is he joining Bharatiya Janata Party? It doesn't exist in the state.
Right.
And 35 years later, here is the party which is forming the government. So it's a momentous occasion, and particularly so because an entire generation of Odisha has grown up seeing only Naveen Patnaik as the chief minister of the state. He took over in 2000, and it's 2024. 24 years have gone by, an entire generation has grown up. Naveen Patnaik
But sir, it's not really a miracle, you would say, about the BJP's rise in Odisha. I mean, of course, they've done their hard work. They've had their strategy and as well as heart in place, both heart and mind in place with the kind of favorable outcome that they've seen in Odisha.
Well, again, not really. They did struggle and they have been around persistently. But I wouldn't say that they had their heart and mind in place to replace the Bharatiya Janata Party. They had an alliance with the the Biju Janata Dal. So they were hanging on to the coattail of Biju Janata Dal. And last 5 years also, like BJD and BJP seemed to be in an unwritten alliance. So there was a kind of an understanding. And we can talk about that in length. But yes, Naveen Patnaik, I would still like to point out that Naveen Patnaik, though he has lost this time, 2024, it's a big surprise. But one can't write him off entirely because he still retains a lot of goodwill, a lot of popularity. In fact, I believe that the sympathy factor for Naveen Patnaik has gone up ever since he's lost the elections last week. He has the numbers in the assembly. He still has 51 MLAs, which is a very strong force. So
probably, what is being said that there has been some sort of vacuum, I beg your pardon, in the state as well because of the continuing decline of the Congress party, and the BJP seems to have taken advantage of that. We'll talk about the important points that you've reflected here in your answers, sir. Of course, the BJP-BJD alliance in the past and what really has worked for the BJP this time around. That has been, of course, talked about the most in the recent few days. But yes, we would like to know your view as well, because you've also been covering the politics of Odisha very closely since years now. What's your assessment now? And of course, the new Chief Minister who's going to be sworn in shortly, as well as the two Deputy Chief Ministers who will be taking oath along with Mr. Mohan Maji. Let me go back to my colleague Saurabh Gupta first. He is on the ground tracking the developments on the ground there in Bhubaneswar. Saurabh, what can you tell us? What is happening now? We do believe, well, tight security arrangements, of course, are in place. Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive shortly, as well as other VVIPs are also expected to arrive. What do you see on the ground at the moment?
Preparations are on in full swing, and I think the Amit Shah has just arrived. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is just arriving as we speak. And this is, of course, the BJP's grand event. Like I said, there's a message that's being sent out here that it has to be an event that's been celebrated, because if you look at the elections, otherwise, yes, there were state elections, but there were national elections as well. On the results day, Odisha was perhaps one of the states where the BJP really had reason to celebrate. And it's partly because, of course, the campaign the BJP ran in Odisha and how it fought the election, but also partly because, it was unseating really a behemoth in Indian politics, and that is, of course, Naveen Patnaik, who, of course, is a very, very respected leader even otherwise. And for him to be unseated and the BJP coming to power in a clean sweep is something that the BJP is not going to let go as an opportunity to send a political message. The political message is that they've managed to win this election very conclusively. And if we analyze the reasons behind that, there are several reasons. Of course, one is the BJP's campaign, Odia Asmita, all of that. But also, largely, if you speak to people in Odisha, and I've been doing that for the last couple of days, the one reason that they say stands out in their mind for the BJD's loss is Mr. Pandyan. Now, whether the BJD agrees with that assessment or not is, of course, a debate. But it is very clear in the mind of the public, they felt that Mr. Pandyan was given too long a rope and perhaps could emerge as Mr. Patnaik's successor. Now, we are seeing most dignitaries walk in. We are, of course, seeing the Union Home Minister drive in just a short while ago. And the Prime Minister should arrive shortly as we speak, because this is going to be, like I said, a grand event that the BJP will play out for its overall political imagery that it wants to create, because this is one state where the BJP really, and imagine if Odisha didn't give the BJP the kind of result that it did, 20 seats out of the 21 assembly seats, the BJP would have been in much more trouble even at the center. So Odisha really not only, of course, gave them a historic win, but also rescued them nationally in a way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's also one of the important points that you've made here about Mr. V.K. Pandyan. Let me go back to Mr. Banerjee here. Well, Mr. Banerjee, you're saying, of course, at this point in time, you wouldn't write off Mr. Naveen Patnaik completely. Of course, his party has won more than 50 seats, 51 seats in the Assembly. In the Lok Sabha elections, of course, the party couldn't do much. But speaking about Mr. V.K. Pandyan, who's been a close aide or a confidant of Mr. Naveen Patnaik, he's quit active politics. He's, said that he was sorry, he'd apologized in a post also that he had put out, and even the video message that he put out a few days back saying that he was extremely sorry for the loss of the BJD in the state of Odisha in the elections.